morning and welcome to the Stockholm and Barcelona segment of the conference Migration and Urbanization in Three Continents. My name is Matthew Vidito. I'm currently a freshman at the University of Miami, and I'm currently majoring in criminology, and I will be moderating this session. I'd like to express my deepest appreciation for the great opportunity to be a moderator of such a high caliber international conference. This opportunity is very meaningful to me. We would like to gently remind the participants that, as explained in the emails sent by the organizers, the allotted time for participants is as follows: 30 minutes for the writers of essays, 15 minutes for the discussant of cities, and 20 minutes for the discussants for regions. Please try to stay within these parameters, as the IT experts have other commitments after our event and we need to leave the Zoom meeting as planned. Thank you very much. We will now look to the Stockholm case. The essay on Stockholm has been written by Johan Sandberg. He is associate professor at the Department of Sociology, Lund University in Sweden. His affiliations include the Center for Economic Development at Lund University and Princeton University as a visiting research fellow at the Center for Migration and Development, also known as CMD. His research has focused on social development and poverty alleviation in development contexts, welfare and social policy transformations in Europe, and international migration. Following his PhD in sociology on the diffusion of conditional cash transfer programs in Latin America, he conducted postdoc research at the Princeton University CMD. He was also director of studies for Lund University's master program in international development and management from 2015 to 2018. Before returning to pursue his doctoral research in 2009, he worked as a finance consultant in Washington, D.C., guiding clients in multilateral development bank projects and structuring trade and project finance solutions in emerging markets. Dr. Sandberg, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm going to share this now. Is it coming up? Yeah, you can see it? Okay. We are getting on the blue line, metro line in Stockholm, in one of the richest boroughs of the 13 boroughs in the city of Stockholm. And the train is crowded on this weekday afternoon, and we gaze at our fellow passengers and are struck by the homogeneity. Although Stockholm is a global city with 40% of its roughly 1 million inhabitants with immigrant background, we see little of this in the beginning of our journey. But as we pass through the next few stations, predominantly native Swedes get on and off the train. However, the more we move northwest, the more passengers change. The passenger crowd becomes more and more international, populated primarily by non-European migrants. The rather homogeneous dress code and exclusively spoken Swedish language during the first part of the journey, it gradually disappears and foreign languages abound. Female Muslim migrants are wearing niqabs and burqas, one rarely sees in the city center, and mostly Middle Eastern and African males engage in conversations. The Janus phase of global cities becomes evident at the metro station of Kista, the only station above ground on this blue line. To the left is Kista Science Village, Europe's largest ICT cluster, a technical innovation hub at the very forefront of the global high-tech and digital knowledge economy. Let me see here. Go here. I'm gonna just start that. Sorry about that. Let's see. Okay, I have a technical issue here, which I will solve. So sorry about that. So like I said, to the left, we have Europe's largest ICT cluster, a technological innovation hub at the very forefront of the global high-tech and digital knowledge economy. And to the right of the metro, endless rows of ghettoized apartment blocks constructed in the 1970s and today home to the country's most socioeconomically vulnerable and marginalized areas. After Kista, the train moves on into the poorest boroughs of the city, where over 84% of inhabitants are either first or second generation immigrants, the vast majority of non-European origin. The train reaches the end station, Akalla, having passed 11 stations on the city's shortest metro line, and it has taken us roughly 20 minutes to travel through one of the most segregated, densely populated, and fastest growing cities in Europe. And pertaining to these observations, my paper analyzes segregation with particular emphasis on its ethnic dimensions. Once you look at Stockholm, Stockholm, the segregation is profound. I'm having, can anybody help me with the technical issues here? Because it's moving without me. I'm so sorry for this.
It's not moving on our end. If you're seeing are you seeing the slides transition on your end, or?
I'm actually, it's moving by itself, but now is it still now?
For us, we just see the slides.
Yeah, I
We don't
never
see any
experienced this before, but okay, so here we go. I think it's good now. So we have seen an increase in socioeconomic segregation ever since the 2000s. City inhabitants in Stockholm reside primarily as a function of socioeconomic factors. There's an almost perfect correlation between income, education, and residential areas, where the highly educated primarily live in the inner city boroughs, and population groups with low income, education, and precarious employment status increasingly concentrate in the peripheral boroughs, often as a consequence of those gaining higher incomes having left those areas. If we look at official data in Stockholm presented in 2020, it shows that these multiple dimensions of segregation, they interact in an almost perfect systematic way. Consistent three-tier segmentation. The three tiers move across the 13 boroughs. Different education and income levels correspond with levels of foreign population, degree of European versus non-European migrants, type of housing tenure, and relative availability of public housing. So the tier 1 boroughs in the city center, they have the highest income, the highest percentage of inhabitants with higher education, and also the highest percentage of tenant-owned housing, least amount of public housing, and lowest percentage of migrant population. They also have the highest percentage of European versus non-European migrants. And the reverse holds true once we move out in the socioeconomically weakest northwest boroughs, the tier 3 boroughs, with a tier 2 boroughs falling in between. Spatially segregated. The city is naturally spatially segregated because 60% of Stockholm's total area is made up of waterways and green areas. Also, major junctions of European highways, the E14, the E18, and E20 runs right through the city, separating peripheral from inner city boroughs. And this is a result of the urban expansion of Stockholm, which has taken place by way of separate small enclaves, spatially segregated from inner city areas by way of this unexploited nature, and primarily connected via the metro railways. As you can see in the picture, still to this day, the metro system bears the signum of spatial segregation. Unlike the existence of a metro line circulating the city, like in London, Stockholm metro system is based on isolated arteries connecting only at the central station, the T station. Hence, the public transport system has contributed to maintaining separation between center and peripheral boroughs, where lack of mobility reduces opportunities for co-presence and interactions between different social classes. And as we will see, increasingly between ethnic minorities and native Swedes. Stockholm's geographic segregation constitutes a spatial manifestation of socioeconomic polarization in contemporary Swedish society, albeit with an increasing ethnic dimension that persists among second-generation immigrants. This observed trend in the official data is also supported by a large chunk of existing research showing ethnic discrimination constraints both in housing options for immigrants and also in the labor market. And it has a lot to do with socio-tenure segmentation, where the rich in Stockholm are residing in tenant-owned, while low-income groups cluster in public housing. We don't have social housing in Sweden. We have public housing, whereby each citizen receives a stipend from the state. So we don't have these social housing projects. However, the public housing has become, as we will talk about, it's decreased every year since the early 1990s. But we also see that it's been more ethnic avoidance than ethnic flight, because native Swedes tend not to move into these areas with high concentration of immigrants. And there has been an upwardly sorting by second-generation immigrants with higher income. If we are going to understand Stockholm, we have to understand also the great transformation in the Swedish migration. The country has undergone a remarkable demographic transition to a significant immigration country, where total population in 2021 is some almost 20% are born in another country, with 25%, almost 26%, including persons born in Sweden with both parents born overseas. And this demographic transition has, from almost exclusively Swedish-born citizens to a multi-ethnic nation, has taken place in a very short period of time. Before, as we discussed last time on Friday, discussing New York, we used to be an immigration country. 1.3 million people immigrated to the US, for instance, between 1875 and 1930. But since then, we have been a country of immigration. Most of our immigration has been due to Swedish exceptionalism. We have provided a solidaric humanitarian safe haven from conflicts that the country has not been directly involved with, while most other OECD countries have sought to curb and select types of migration flows. We also see in Sweden, we have seen a significant shift in the migration character. So moving from a predominantly Nordic and European labor force immigration during the country's industrial and economic expansion to a regime overwhelmingly dominated by non-European refugees and family reunifications. Among the latter, Iraqis and Syrians dominate, with increasing proportions of African migrants from Somalia and Eritrea. And with this change, we have seen more and more migration coming from predominantly low and middle income countries. But the most dramatic wave in modern Swedish migration history has to do with what happened in 2015 with the refugee crisis. We were very open as a country, with one of the most open countries in the world in 2013. We had virtually no limits on the acceptance of refugees and family dependents, and remained liberal in 2013 and 14 in spite of increasing immigration. But then in the fall of 2015, Sweden experienced an unprecedented inflow of nearly 163,000 asylum seekers. That was more than double what we received during the Balkan conflict. And we also received 40% of all lone children seeking asylum in the European Union came to Sweden. They were predominantly Syrians, but also large groups of asylum seekers from Afghanistan and Iraq. Once reports kept coming into the authorities of an unsustainable situation, the government seemingly overnight, made a U-turn, radical turn towards a highly restrictive policy, shutting down the borders. And with tighter migration policies, we see a decrease in refugee migrants, family-dependent migration proving more resilient and continuing until 2017 and then tapering off. And we do expect some between 200 and 300,000 Ukrainian refugees, although we have only seen 20 to 30,000 so far. When we take that as a background, we can then move on to seeing some examples of embeddedness of migrants. Of course, I'm going to try to move a bit quicker with the instructions we had, but basically we can look at the first waves of labor migrants coming to Sweden, mainly, like I said, Nordic and European. They assimilated fairly well, especially in the labor market, their employment rates even exceeding those of native Swedes. There was, however, a mixed degree of social integration. There were existence of ethnic discrimination already then. But they were return migrants. Very few of them stayed in Sweden longer than 2 years. Most of them went back to the countries that they came from, and we never established a guest worker system. However, families were welcome to come for those who stayed. And in Stockholm, the labor migrants, they settled in poor working class neighborhoods in the inner city, primarily work in industrial production and shipyards. However, migrants gradually filtered out to the peripheral boroughs. And that's something we will discuss when we look at the residential segregation of Stockholm. But Stockholm's food scene has become increasingly international and diverse with migration. A virtual boom of authentic ethnic restaurants all through the 2000s. That, however, started with Italians and Greeks serving authentic food. Grandparents in Sweden tell their children that this was the time when we got more than salt and pepper on the table. Then we have a second wave, which was the early wave of refugees. During the 1980s, newly arrived refugees and their family dependents increasingly settled in the large cities of Sweden. They were on average older than the migrants, labor migrants coming in the 50s to the 70s, and they seldomly returned to their home countries. This was the first wave that actually stayed in Sweden. But non-European migrants faced difficulties as the transformation towards a post-industrial society had already started. Factories were closing. There was a rationalization of the Swedish industry. And already in 1985, migrant populations were overrepresented in rental housing in the peripheral boroughs of Stockholm. This is also the transformation of tier 3 boroughs towards Muslim-dominated populations, something that began in the 1980s and has then continued during the 1990s. Filtering of poor immigrants in the tier 3 boroughs, the ones that are the poorest socioeconomic boroughs to the northwest of the city, has been further entrenched during the last decades as they have become arrival spots for refugees and family dependents, dominated by migrants from Middle East and Africa, many of whom stay since they do not possess sufficient financial, human, and social capital to move to other city areas. And already in 2006, we had 156 socioeconomic excluded areas in Sweden, according to the definition. In 2016, that had increased to 186 areas. And all the tier 3 boroughs in Stockholm, each one of them were included on such a list 15 years ago and have remained. They are characterized by low socioeconomic status, where criminals have widespread influence in the local society. Interrelated risk factors, as we see in many cities, of unemployment, low income, poor health, failed education, but also structural factors such as deficient physical milieu. However, representations of different countries of origin, they do fluctuate widely in those type of tier 3 boroughs. African migrants predominantly reside in those deprived areas. Some almost 79% of Somalians in Sweden, for instance, but also large portions of Iraqis, Afghans, and Syrians, and the Kurds reside in these areas, manifesting a strong Middle Eastern presence. In comparison, only 10% of Stockholm's Finnish migrants reside there. I will, due to time and the difficulties I had technologically, I'm going to have to go a little bit quicker on the criminalization and radicalization of young immigrants, something I develop in the paper. But with the socioeconomic exclusion of peripheral areas, we have seen an increasing criminalization and radicalization of the young, which is a new phenomena I would say in the last 20 years. So discontent with social marginalization, primarily among second-generation immigrants, became evident. There were a set of internationally observed riots starting since 2010. However, there's a lot of drug use and trafficking going on in these areas, as well as extremism and idealization, according to the Swedish police, particularly Islamist violent extremism. These vulnerable areas have experienced presence and returnees of sympathizers of the Islamic State and Al-Shabaab. And in many of these areas, actually, Islamist extremists demand of women to dress in particular ways. And some cafes prohibit female visitors, almost as if it would be a different society than from the inner city of Stockholm. But there is a criminalization and radicalization of ever younger residents recruited into criminal networks, escalating degrees of violence between criminal gangs, and also an increase in gun homicides and deadly violence. Actually, between 2000 and 2019, Sweden is the only country that has an increase among the European Union countries that have an increase in these type of homicides. And all too often they happen to young people in these type of tier 3 socioeconomic excluded boroughs. But in parallel with the refugee-driven or family-dependent dominant migration, we've had labor migration into Sweden that has been increasing since 2008, when Sweden, as the first country in the world, launched a demand-driven labor migration law, meaning that labor migration will no longer be according to quotas set by the government and set by the sectors, but only by employment contracts by employers. If you have a valid employer contract by an employer in Sweden, then, employee contract by an employer in Sweden, you will get work permit. First for 2 years, can be extended to 4 years, and after that, you can apply for citizenship. So in this Stockholm post-industrial economy, we see the dualization of a rising migrant population, both in the high-skilled IT sector and in low-skilled, low-wage service sector. And they are diametrically opposed positions in the global value chain. And migrants' labor situations in Stockholm could hardly be any more different than from these two extremes. First, we have seen a great inflow of STEM migrants. We have, particularly from India, they dominate to such a large extent that it's almost made up of 70% of all the engineers and IT and telecom professionals coming to Sweden are Indians moving to Stockholm. But they are not moving in the sense that they should be moving to stay. They are moving inside of what would be multinational corporations in temporary employment, part of rather the globalizations of businesses rather than attempts to stay in Sweden. They leave very early, hardly stay more than a year. But so while they could have had upward mobility, many times they are not seen in the statistics after they left after a 2-year period. And like I said, many of them work in the ICT cluster of Kista in Stockholm, which is the home to the third largest such cluster in the world, actually, 970 companies, and at the very cutting edge of what would be the global knowledge economy. We don't know the result or the outcome of this increased STEM migration, if we can actually retain these workers in the future or not. But as I said, the future footprints remain unclear, because right now it is temporary work by teams of Indian professionals working close to their customers in Stockholm. At the same time, we have a substantial inflow of low-wage labor in sectors actually with labor surplus, something that could not happen before the labor law changed in 2008. They simply would not be allowed to move into sectors that did not have labor shortage. So now we see migrants coming in, and many of those have changed tracks, meaning that they came to Sweden as asylum seekers, have remained undocumented in Sweden, and then move in, getting employment contracts, often from co-ethnics, and working in areas primarily in the service sector, restaurant and food sector, cleaning, and also in some of the elderly care and health sectors. However, recent studies have shown that they are highly exploited in these type of unsecure labor situations. The precarity of their labor is not only for the fact that they don't receive the minimum salary stated in the work permits, often much less, but they are also subject to dismissal from work from their employers, and they would no longer carry that permit, and they would have to technically leave the country. And it's hiring labor migrants in Sweden. They are hired by other migrants. Some 70% of migrants in these low wage sectors are hired by other migrants. And there is a notoriously low employer association and union density among these companies. So working conditions most often evade control by authorities, further increasing vulnerability among these low wage labor migrants. I'm not going to dwell on the theoretical framework presented in the paper, but I will say this, that there are two main things that are important as we move into looking at the processes that I have of focus in the paper. First of all, we need to move beyond the explananda that somehow translate into an explanandum, meaning that yes, research shows there's a mismatch, ever increasing demands, high skill sectors. And yes, we do see that mismatch because refugees and family dependents who have arrived to Sweden in the last 30 years, they do have lower human capital. And yes, we do see research showing ethnic discrimination and social cultural distance, meaning that Europeans are more integrated much better than those who are non-European. And yes, we do see transnationalism and social networks incentivizing for immigrants to move into concentrations of immigrants. But again, we don't have ethnic enclaves. We have high concentration of immigrants from the same regions in these type of areas. However, that explains very little on why is this taking place, because these are driving factors, yes, but what is it that actually generates these exponenda into the increased socioeconomic segregation along ethnic dimensions? One thing we have to do, as Nina has talked about before, move beyond that exclusive ethnic lens. And what I'm presenting in the paper, we need to look at the major societal processes that actually have caused social reconfigurations among all Stockholm inhabitants. Of course, then also the migrants coming there. And so departing from the notion that the findings would be that the city segregation constitutes that spatial manifestation of socioeconomic polarization in contemporary Swedish society, we can look at two major processes that have been important in this. One being the process of residential segregation. It has always been present in Stockholm, but it has moved from neighborhoods in a pattern of super gentrification of the inner cities and low income filtering into the peripheral boroughs. They had moved from inside of neighborhoods, inside of areas, to a regionally in the areas of the city, the core and periphery. That strategy was very much politically orchestrated. Actually, it's political processes behind that segmentation. It was always supposed to be separate enclaves as the city was growing. Two municipal reports in 1945 and 1952 clearly state that these should be separated from the inner city. These boroughs will not be connected other than through the metro network, the metro line, the trains going out to these areas. And then again in 1999, as the climate change movement enhanced that all unexploited nature areas, the green areas in Stockholm, are going to stay in place. We're not going to build, there's not going to be built anything on those green areas. But there's also an unintended consequence of the building of the Million Program, when Sweden decided in 1965 to construct 1.6 million new homes, affordable, standardized housing during a 10-year period. And they included chain houses and townhouses, but the majority were these standardized housing blocks that we discussed during a train journey in the beginning. And yes, they did offer standardized housing, but the unintended consequence was that the outward movement in the 1970s gave way to inward mobility of anyone who could move away from these areas. So that meant that already by the end of the 1970s, those who could flee those type of those socioeconomically disadvantaged areas where the Million Program apartments were, they had already left, leaving essentially the poor, the vulnerable, and the newly arrived migrants who could ill afford to settle elsewhere in the city. But the intended consequence was the greatest market liberalization of housing sector in the world. And Stockholm was at the very forefront of this, because the super gentrification is much less talked about than the filtering of the poor in the peripheral areas. But the process of gentrification began already in the 1970s, before the large wave of non-labor migrants and family dependents arrived in Sweden. So in 1970, large parts of the inner city consisted of low-income areas. In the 1990s, they had been reduced to 1/6, and today they no longer exist. And this process of residential segregation greatly increased social differences between and homogeneity within the city's different boroughs. There was an overrepresentation of white collar and an underrepresentation of blue collar workers in the inner city of Stockholm already in the 1980s. And real estate business had played a secondary role in industrial economy, but now, since the 1980s, it constituted a primary sector in the post-industrial economy. Demand for real estate was increasing tremendously, constituting pull factors for people from all across the country with high education and the financial means to tap into Sweden's largest and most specialized market for technological services, financial capital, and trade. But the gentrification and super gentrification was largely because of the withdrawal of the state. State subsidies were removed. Public housing, municipalities were, from 2006, they were able to sell off any public housing. to the degree that they wanted. And most municipalities in Sweden sold off public housing to private markets. Basically, we became the country among the OECD countries that have the least public housing, the least state involvement in housing of our major cities, and primarily Stockholm. And those especially affected the affluent, the tier 1 boroughs in the inner city, where nowadays some 5% of all housing available is public. There were also passed several different laws that actually favored tenant-owned versus rental housing. So the steep increase in housing prices and shortage of rental housing units put upward pressure on the rent that existed. And continuous shortage of housing caused the secondary rental market to thrive, ever more expensive rents, only those with strong social networks could tap into. And for others, rental housing in the inner city is but financially impossible to obtain. And the average waiting period for rental contract in downtown Stockholm is 9 years. So the increased socioeconomic segregation is in many aspects a direct consequence of state and municipal withdrawal from the housing market and reduced housing subsidies. And it has created immense barriers to entry in the inner city boroughs, contributing to the accumulation of the poorer in the peripheral tier 3 boroughs. Attracting people with high economic, human, and social capital from all parts of Sweden into the inner city, and also international migrants that are highly educated, they have in effect excluded the young, students, low-income families and individuals, and newly arrived migrants from the city center. And of particular importance in this study, this housing market liberalization process and subsequent gentrification aligned with a shift in Swedish migration towards overwhelmingly refugees and family dependence. That is, the continual filtering of low-income persons and households. It has increasingly assumed an ethnic dimension with new migrants moving in to these boroughs to the northwest, to the periphery of the country. And this is very striking because apart from the unintended consequences of the Million program, it's important to keep in mind that both the filtering and super gentrification in the capitals, in Stockholm, in the inner city, that took place in a progressive social democratic welfare country and has been politically orchestrated through market liberalization. And now I wanted to move on. What am I doing on time? Okay. I'm going to have to then move into labor market segmentation because that's the second societal process that has polarized Swedish society, creating the segmentation and segregation in Stockholm City in which migrants embed and position themselves within to the best of their abilities. Profound change from post-industrial, industrial to post-industrial. Sweden is at the very forefront now, at the very cutting edge of the global knowledge economy. We are the most digitalized country in Europe together with Finland, and transformation has aligned, has shifted towards high-end, high-skilled labor in a very fast amount of time. Stockholm converted more quickly than any other city in Sweden, becoming the hub for high-tech innovation and financial services and a cluster for these high-skilled professionals. Actually, it's ranked #1 ahead of London in the EU Regional Competitiveness Index and top 10 in the world for startup, as a startup hub. But the dualization, as we discussed before, has been detrimental to the embedding of migrants around the city because it has forced an upgrade in human capital and the radical change in labor demands towards high skill while outsourcing the low skill manufacturing jobs have created this dualization of the Swedish labor market. On the one hand, we have ample opportunities for upward mobility of highly educated people, particularly in competitive industries in the global economy. The vast majority of high-skilled labor migrants do come to Sweden, do come to Stockholm. On the other hand, low-skilled workers in the economy increasingly find themselves redundant or stuck in precarious employment, mainly in the service sector. They compete for a total of between 4 and 5% of all jobs in the Swedish economy that require little or no education. And structural unemployment is increasingly concentrated to weaker groups in the Swedish society.
I apologize, Dr. Sandberg, but it seems like your 30 minutes is pretty much up. I would recommend you make any closing remarks you have, and then we have to move
Sure.
on. I'm very sorry.
No, my bad. Nothing you can do about that. Okay, I'm just gonna what I tried to convey in the paper, which I hope I did during this presentation, is the fact that we have to put the asymmetrical expansion and development of Stockholm in a historical perspective, and we have to look particular at the structural and social processes of residential segregation and labor market segmentation to get a better understanding of the ethnic dimension of this of socioeconomic segregation in Stockholm, because they are fundamentally a function of the compatibility and resulting positioning within these processes. And I just want to end with future comparative research for this conference. See how Stockholm aligns and misaligns with other European and global cities we've been discussing. And as pointed out by Dewalt and Feist, there could be more general principles behind what we see here. So thank you very much. And I do apologize for the technical difficulties.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sandberg, for your interesting presentation. The essay on Stockholm will be discussed by Thomas Feist. Dr. Feist is a professor of sociology at Bielefeld University in Germany. He directs the Center on Migration, Citizenship, and Development. He has made globally recognized contributions to debates about citizenship, transnationality, migration, and social policy in Europe and beyond. His book publications include The Transnationalized Social Question, Migration and the Politics of Social Inequalities in the 21st Century, Disentangling Migration and Climate Change, Transnational Migration, Citizenship, Discourse, Theory and Transnational Prospects, and Dual Citizenship in Europe. Dr. Feist is a member of the North Rhine-Westphalian Academy of Sciences, Humanities, and the Arts. Dr. Feist, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Matthew. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, Alejandro and Margarita, for giving me a chance to comment on Johann's excellent and stimulating paper. It indeed is a remarkable paper, both with respect that it's chock full of empirical evidence, but also deals with conceptual questions, how to capture increasing inequalities as reflected in segregation. I should preface my remarks that unlike discussants of previous papers, I'm not familiar with the city to be discussed. The little I know of Stockholm rests on impressions based on 5 short visits over the past years. Ironically, my stays in Stockholm at the time were part of a project on why people do not migrate, focusing on regions of origin. And now I'm coming full circle. I have a chance to look at the other side of the coin on the consequences of migration for urban landscape. So my comments today are offered in the spirits of sharing my steep learning curve on the latter. Now, the goal of the paper is to link segregation in Stockholm to processes generating social inequalities. And for this endeavor, Stockholm is indeed a well-chosen case because, as Johann observes, it showed the highest level of residential segregation compared to other global European cities such as London or Amsterdam. So in this way, it is really a crucial case. And I will return to this observation at the end of my comments. Now, as I understand it, Johann makes 2 very essential claims, namely that the segregation found in Stockholm is a spatial manifestation of underlying socioeconomic polarization in Swedish society. That's the first one. And the second proposition suggests that cumulative processes of spatial segregation of the city's 13 boroughs really contribute to this flourishing post-industrial economy. And given my own conceptual inclinations, it is no surprise that I really enjoyed reading Johann's paper from the point of view of conceptual clarifications. It's a process-oriented analysis, historically embedded. And he uses the concept, among others, of social mechanisms, namely really trying to pry open the black box in between initial conditions and eventual outcomes. So I have 5 short points to make. And the first point really relates to this first question of social mechanisms. And I'd like to push Johann even further ahead along the line he has already started, namely taking cumulative processes seriously of segregation. And perhaps it could be brought out even more clearly. Namely, I suggest to construct the interaction of the main mechanisms: filtering, gentrification, and social network ties, I would say it's a sort of a ratchet effect. By ratchet effect, I mean that the chances of processes to be reversed are restrained once a specific process is underway. So I think, for example, one could say there are 3 steps in this ratchet process. And here I simply tell you the story Johan is telling in abbreviated form and as a ratchet effect. The first one, the step 1, he talked about filtering as crowding in of migrants during the 1960s and early 70s into public housing and low-income neighborhoods, both in the city center and the outer boroughs. And step 2, the gentrification, which started in the 1970s, gained momentum later, people with lower incomes moving out of these low-income neighborhoods in the inner city, others moving out of the million projects into the inner city, contributing to gentrification. And this was initiated by marketization. The state retreated from public housing. Now, I think that if you look at cumulative causation, this kind of marketization really provided a lock-in effect as a ratchet effect, so to speak. It's a lock-in mechanism, which cannot really be undone very easily. Once the housing stock is sold, it's all gone, of course. And I think that this is particularly interesting because in Sweden, the housing market was liberalized, but the labor market, as far as I understand, was still characterized by active labor migration policy. So it's a kind of an uneven liberalization of the welfare state. It's not a wholesale neoconservative or neoliberal onslaught, so to speak, but it really focuses on very strategic areas like housing, perhaps areas where the resistance was lower than in other areas like the labor market. So this I find quite interesting and quite important. The third step I suggest, which also contributes to this ratchet effect, lock-in mechanisms, is the implications for the link between segregation and labor market segmentation. Johan points out that most jobs are usually found through informal network ties, but with increasing segregation, it reinforces highly segmented labor markets because people cannot find jobs outside these areas. And it restricts them to low-income neighborhoods. And this is also a process to be hard to reverse once it's underway. I mean, it reminded me of William Julius Wilson's description, of underclass formation in certain ways, although there's no underclass in that sense to speak of. In short, my suggestion for the paper is to outline a sort of a ratchet effect as a general social mechanism, connecting more tightly the more specific or concrete social mechanisms of filtering, gentrification, and network ties. There may be other ways to do it, but I think it could contribute to the story, the overall story you're telling. Second point is additional mechanisms. Missing from the paper so far, and this is now not a criticism, this is just my way of thinking a bit beyond the paper. Missing from the paper so far is a consideration of mechanisms which differentiate migrant categories. In the space you had available, you could only talk about migrants versus non-migrants. But I simply wonder about the internal differentiation. You mentioned an interesting fact that most high-tech migrants or migrants working in the high-tech industry stay only for a short time in Sweden. And I wonder, what kind of implications that has and how labor procurement is organized and how that organization spills over into housing. Is it that these migrants are simply moving within one and the same multinational company? Or is it more like a benching effect that you have recruitment agencies which subcontract, so to speak, these workers to multinational companies, which would tune in with what you said about highly exploitative work relationships, for example. And that could be quite interesting to see how labor procurement is actually organized in the high-tech sector. Because I have a suspicion that there is a correspondence between the organization of production, in this case, in the IT sector, namely it's project-based, the organization of work, which you have to meet deadlines, and you simply pay the fee as an entrepreneur because it's much less costly than the fines you get when you don't finish the projects in time, and short-term housing. So what I wonder is, you know, in terms of what we discuss at this conference, the intersection of production, in this case, urbanization and migration. So in this case, I think there could be some kind of benefit to look into it. And perhaps these processes are part of what I would call, for the lack of a better term, urban migration industries. I've once come across the term internal migration industries. The migration industry, which makes sure that people are mobile, that they arrive somewhere to be exploited. And on the one hand, and the urban managers, the gatekeepers for access to employment, housing, health, education, for example. So I simply wonder if that kind of idea of, you could call it migration, urban migration industry or something else, of how that really links work and housing. Now, the third point is the outcome. My question is it a case of polarization? Johan offers a tale of socioeconomic polarization expressed in the mutual conditioning of residential segregation and segmented labor markets. Yet I have questions about that, not about polarization as such, but about certain segments of the housing market and the tiers. In your discussion of the tiers, you focus on, of the city's 13 boroughs, you focus on tier 1 areas, well-off areas, and tier 3 areas, the low-income areas. And you mentioned that it's not simply an ethnic question, of course. But what about the socioeconomic profile of tier 2 areas? I simply wondered about it for sheer numbers. For example, you say that recently arrived migrants groups from Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Syria live mostly in tier 3 areas, about 50% on average. But what about the other 50%? They don't all live in tier 1 areas, they live in tier 2 areas. And what do we see in terms of tier 2? Is tier 2 shrinking, so to speak? Is that what's happening? Then it would be really polarization also of the housing market to a very strong extent. Or is it that we have these tier 2 areas in which the mechanisms of allocation of housing and finding housing follow different kinds of rules, that there is more, to use the term by Chuck Tilley, opportunity hoarding by migrants themselves through entrepreneurship and getting access to housing. I simply don't know what's there, but I would find it very helpful to know more about that, perhaps in another paper. And it would bring in perhaps the impact of migrant agency a bit more in this structural tale, which is very convincing anyway. I also have a question about long-term welfare dependency. Is that already emergent underclass formation? If I understand it, I mean, underclass would be, you have no chance to escape this kind of lot. You're really restricted, you're restrained. Is it long-term welfare dependency among, let's say, the group you mentioned, Iranians? That's not resulting in underclass formation, but the second generation then makes it to university. So I simply wonder what that means, long-term welfare dependency. My fourth point is there Swedish exceptionalism? I think in the characteristic of the paper listed for Stockholm as a global city, focus not only on the high level of migrants from abroad, but includes pockets of the global knowledge economy in Stockholm. Stockholm, as Johan mentions, has Europe's largest ICT cluster, and so on. And one of the important indicators pointing Stockholm as a global city is the rapidly increasing percentage of foreign population, especially that from outside Europe. And what Johan calls Swedish exceptionalism I think makes a lot of sense when it comes to humanitarian orientation until 2016. So here I would really agree, because Sweden has been, in comparative European perspective, more open on humanitarian grounds, although since 2016, it simply has approached the deplorable European average, so to speak, right? But where I do not yet follow the Swedish exceptionalism argument is when it comes to what Johan calls the great transformation of Swedish migration, namely the shift towards non-labor migration, consisting of three elements: the absolute rise in migrant numbers, the increase in migrants who are refugees and family dependents, and the shift towards demand-driven labor market immigration. I would claim that all of these three elements you could also observe in other European cities and countries. So perhaps it is a more general process we are observing here, although what's specific to Sweden is that it's a very peculiar kind of labor market recruitment since 2008, in that simply employers are in the driving seat to hire migrants, so to speak, from abroad. So there I would not think of Swedish exceptionalism so far, but more in terms of common European patterns, which you point to at the end of your paper. Now, my fifth point, and by way of conclusion, I want to come back to Johan's rationale for choosing Stockholm as a crucial case. Stockholm showed the highest level of spatial segregation compared to other well-off European cities such as London or Amsterdam. In my view, it would be important to know whether Stockholm also had the highest growth rates as regards segregation, because it stands to reason that for that matter, it really matters public policy and in multi-scalar institutions. Changes in labor markets, for example, the push towards more flexible labor, are a result of a move towards marketization. And as we know, rather far-reaching reforms of the welfare state in Sweden, such as the privatization of old age pensions, have been implemented to an even higher extent in Sweden than in the more conservative continental European welfare states. It may be that what we're seeing in Stockholm is partly a reflection of this particular type of neoliberalism implemented in a social democratic welfare state. And it seems to me that, using Mr. Esping-Anderson's well-known typology of welfare states, that social democratic welfare states such as Sweden are undergoing a more rapid marketization and contractualization than the conservative continental welfare states such as France, Austria, or Germany, for the very simple reason that conservative means there are more locked-in effects. It's not that easy to change it, to liberalize it, to market liberalize it, so to speak. But that's just a hunch. All of this may have an implication for spatial segregation and labor market segmentation. Welfare states may verge much quicker towards polarization of working and living conditions than these systems, which change much more slowly. But of course, that's a question for another paper. Thank you for attention.
And thank you very much, Dr. Feiss, for your interesting discussion. We will now move on to Barcelona in the case of Barcelona. The essay on Barcelona has been written by Carlota Soler, Sonia Perea, and Carla Piqueras. Dr. Carlota Soler is Emeritus Professor at Universitat Autònoma of Barcelona, Sociology Department. She has authored, co-authored, or edited 40 books, 200 articles, and chapters in European and Spanish journals. Her books have included topics such as modernization, corporatism, and migrations. For 20 years, she has been the editor of papers Revista de Sociología. She has been president of Catalonia's Sociological Association and vice president of the Spanish Sociological Association. She has received prestigious awards such as Premio Nacional de Sociología by the Center of Sociological Research and in Mary Parker Follett Award from the American Political Science Association. Dr. Sonia Perea is associate professor at the Department of Sociology at the Universitat Autònoma of Barcelona. Her research focuses on migrations in the study group on immigration and ethnic minorities, a reference research center that she has directed since 2015. She has been developing and consolidating different lines of research such as gender and migration, the study of transnational practices in migration context, migration policy, and ethnic and racial discrimination. Her research has given rise to several scientific publications and some index journals and books and in book chapters of international reputation. Dr. Carla Piqueras is a researcher of the study group on immigration and ethnic minorities at the Autonomous University of Barcelona. Her research interests include return migration processes, remigration and circularity, transnational practices in context of mobility and migration, and studies on Colombian international migration. Dr. Carlota Solé will be the presenter. The floor is yours. Dr. Solé, I think you are muted.
Now?
You're all good now.
All right, thank you. Barcelona is considered, together with its metropolitan area, one of the major cultural and economic centers of the countries of Southern Europe. Its growth and development are linked to its diversity due to the successive contributions of generations migrants who at different stages have settled in this Mediterranean urban environment. Slide 2. In this presentation, we propose to study the two quantitatively most important migratory stages in the history of the city, which take place during the 20th and the 21st centuries. The first corresponds to the internal migrations coming from other regions of Spain, which arrived in Barcelona and its surroundings since the beginning of the 20th century. The second stage is started by immigrants of foreign origin present in the city since the 90s. In our paper, we have analyzed the socio-demographic and economic context in which these two stages take place, identifying similarities and differences, as well as their consequences and impacts, especially with regard to the management of city policies. Both stages coincide, not by chance, with the beginning of the process of ideological construction of the Catalan nationalism. This new scenario poses a series of additional challenges and complexities when thinking about the incorporation of the immigrant population, both of Spanish and international origin. For the case we are analyzing, we should not only consider the problems derived from any process of integration to an industrialized and urban culture. We should consider the duality that Barcelona represents as a pillar of the national territorial culture. That means we have to consider the national identity of Catalonia. On the other hand, we also have to consider Barcelona as an exponent of a European cosmopolitan city of the 21st century. The economic and industrial transformation in Catalonia from the second third of the 19th century turned the city of Barcelona and its surroundings into an important place of arrival of population from other Catalan provinces and other regions of Spain, most of them coming from rural areas. With the increase of the migratory flows at the beginning of the 20th century, began a new and important special change in Barcelona industry. We can speak here of the incipient development of the second industrial crown of the region, composed of nearly municipalities that in many cases had a certain activity and manufacturing tradition since the 19th century. Academic studies tend to differentiate two stages of internal migration growth during the 20th century Catalonia, especially in Barcelona, and its surrounding municipalities, mainly involving people from other areas of Spain. The first stage covers the period from the end of 19th century until the Spanish Civil War. Particularly noteworthy is the period between 1911 and 1930, identified as the period in Barcelona's modern history in which the largest number of people migrated to the city. In fact, the demographic impact was such that in the 30s, Barcelona became the most populated city in Spain with more than 1 million inhabitants. Between 1920 and 1940, Barcelona attracted 90% of the migratory flow arriving in Catalonia. The first stage registers mainly migration from neighboring areas such as Aragon and the closest area of the Mediterranean arc. It was at this time where the migratory relations that had already emerged during the last third of the 19th century were consolidated. Around 1920s, the mobility from the provinces of Murcia and Almería to Barcelona, that is in south of Spain, increased significantly and became central migrations flow in Catalonia urban areas. In the 30s, the population born in Barcelona represented 43.6% of the city's inhabitants, while almost 4 of every 10 residents were born outside of Catalonia. We can date the second stage of internal migration between the post-war period until the middle of the 70s. Between 1940 and 1950, arrival flows are identified as the main source of the growth of 200,000 inhabitants experienced by the city. Among the main factors that have been identified in different studies, the most important are the wage differences between regions and the existence of non-agricultural jobs opportunities. However, other studies place greater emphasis on the factors of expulsion, such as famine, misery, and underestimates the attractiveness of the Catalan economy at that time. During the first stage of Franco's regimes, the government did everything possible to limit the migration movements to the cities, even encouraging expulsion policies. However, the change in economic policy in 1959 led to a growth and the diversification of economic sectors. The official discourse on migration changed, and migration came to be seen as an essential source of labor. In this context, the jobs generated in the industry of Barcelona and its surroundings undoubtedly became an important factor of attraction for the migrant population. In relation to the spatial distribution of migrants, the Ciutat Vella district, this is the historical center of the city, is identified as the preferred destination for most of the migratory flows registered in Barcelona during the 20th century. In particular, the population that arrived in Barcelona between 1941 and 1955 showed a preference for settling in the center of the city. For those who migrated after the mid-50s, there was a greater tendency to settle in the expanding neighborhoods, most located in the northern part of the city. However, from this time onwards, urban saturation began to be observed. This aspect is key to explaining the loss of the city's migratory center with respect to previous years. The metropolitan municipalities, especially those located in the first crown, became the main destination for migration. The metropolitan region of Barcelona as a whole acquires greater prominence, although Barcelona retains its commercial and service function for this population. Until later, these satellite cities are provided with similar services. Having explained the phases of internal migration, we should like to point out some of the social problems generated around this phenomenon. It is well known that industrialization processes have generally been followed by displacement from rural areas to industrial centers, with certain differences with respect to other experiences in European countries, as we pointed out in our paper. In the case of the city of Barcelona, studies focused on the first stage of migration and suggest that the migrant condition has a negative impact on occupational distribution. Among the factors that explain this, we find a limited experience of rural workers in the Barcelona labor market and their lower accumulation of human capital. In addition, the labor skills more linked to the rural environment are highly transferable to the urban industrial labor market. Discriminatory attitudes towards migration may also explain the occupational distribution of some of the newly arrived population. The data suggests that in the first decades of the 20th century, the possibilities for the migrant population to change employment category were very limited, despite having long periods of residence, moving at an early age, and having social capital in the city. Regarding the second stage of migrants, that is in the period of 73, the metropolitan area shows that the vast majority of migrants, nearly 84%, continue to occupy the lowest labor categories. Among all unskilled labor of migrant origin is concentrated in the transportation and construction sectors. Nevertheless, the study places education as the main element of social mobility. Although there is an occupational gap between the two populations, that is autochthonous and migrants, it is noted that migrants advance faster than autochthonous Catalans when it comes to achieving higher levels of qualification. Migration then becomes a factor that fulfills initial expectation, not only in terms of employment, but also in terms of improved position of status. Another of the problems identified is linked to housing. In fact, Barcelona's metropolitan growth during the 20th century cannot be explained without including the informal city, in inverted commas, as a mechanism of urban expansion. At the beginning of the century, the demographic increase derived from the continuous influx of migrant population overwhelms the urban planning and management instruments promoted in the mid-19th century. The inability of the real estate market to meet the demand for cheap rents generated a large housing undermarket, which manifested itself mainly through three forms: low quality and very small housing, subletting, and the appearance of substandard housing. The last ones occupied a prominent place, and the so-called barraca, local terms for the shanties or shanty town would be the neighborhood, is its best known form. The barracas, these shanties, are characterized by the precariousness of the materials, their small size, and the extreme overcrowding. In general, they have no infrastructure or basic services and are mostly located in public space, such as coastal area, railway, infrastructure, etc. These substandard dwellings were mainly occupied by migrants from other regions of Spain, who were mainly working class, with an overwhelming majority of unskilled and illiterate people. At the end of the 50s, started the period of opening of the regime focused on housing promotion policies, which favored the construction of large social housing estates located on the outskirts of the city. This type of residential construction with strong social segregation led to an important change in the perception and image of the city and made its metropolitan dimension visible. They are characterized in many cases by this precariousness, scarcity, and basic service and equipment, and by a lack of public transportation connecting the inhabitants to the city center. The residential conditions faced by a large part of the migrant population often motivate their organization in neighborhoods movements. Some authors point out how the residential segregation of workers during Franco's dictatorship shaped suburban realities in terms of class that for decades fostered a collective consciousness. These class elements are part of the configuration of the associative fabric of the neighborhoods with a high concentration of migrant population, which gave rise to the articulation of the neighborhoods movements. In the second section of the paper, we focus on foreign migration in Barcelona. In this part, we can also differentiate two phases. The first one, we can place it from the past 1990s, early 2000 until 2012, when the economic crisis broke out. The second one would go from 2015 to the present. The arrival of foreign migration to the city of Barcelona, which accelerated at around the year 2000, is of an intensity comparable to the experience during the 50s and the 90s of the last century, and breaks the trend of population loss that characterized the 80s and the 90s. The migratory flow has important impacts on the structure and social dynamics of the city, not only from demographic parameters, but also due to the emergence of a multicultural reality derived from the diversity of immigrant population. Despite the accelerated increase in the arrival of foreign immigrants to the city, from representing just under 1.5% of residents in 1991 to 18% in 2009, the percentage achieved are far from those of other European metropolises that had experienced international migration during the 50s and the 60s, such as Brussels with 30% of foreign population in 1997, or Paris with 14.5% in 1999. Model of integration. The city of Barcelona is a part of the Catalan model of integration centered on the adoption of the Catalan language as the cornerstone of the integration processes of migrants in identity and sociocultural terms, as well as of international mobility as a social elevator in terms of instrumental. Towards a progressive institutional political commitment to rights and interculturality as an instrument of governments at the local level, whose main objective is to value diversity as a fundamental part of the city's own identity. A pluralistic identity beyond the debate on national identity and shows the world an image of an open and tolerant city, despite the dynamics of exclusion and discrimination that continue to affect part of the immigrant population of foreign origin, as we'll see later. The end of the 90s marked the beginning of an important change in the origin of the migrant population, which will radically modify the mosaic of foreigners residing in Spain and in the city of Barcelona in particular. In addition to the UE foreigners already residing in Spain, there was a rapid increase of non-UE residents from a wide range of national origin in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. This represents a basic feature of what constitutes, in the words of Cachon, the formation of immigrant Spain. It should also be noted that the country experienced one of the largest and fastest immigration processes in the developed world in the first decade of the century. A very important characteristic of this new immigration is its geographic concentration. At the end of 2002, Catalonia 20%, 25%, and Madrid 21% concentrated 46% of the total number of foreign residents, with an outstanding weight of cities such as Barcelona and Madrid, according to data from the Municipal Register of Inhabitants. The arrival of foreign immigrants in the city has gone from representing just under 1.5% of residents in 1991 to 18% in 2009, as I said before. As we can see in the table, the group of foreigners from Latin America represents between 2001 and 2008, more than half of the total foreign population living in the city, with Ecuador the first in the ranking, Bolivia, Peru, and Colombia in that order. Although in principle, the African continent has a low weight within the foreign population, the fact that it's concentrated in a single nationality, Morocco, means that within the ranking of nationalities with the greatest presence, it occupies a prominent place. As for the Asian continent, there has been a significant growth in the population from the Philippines and especially from China and Pakistan. The second stage of growth in this international migration can be located around 2015 in response to the timid economic growth experienced by Spain after downward migratory trend that began in 2010 of migratory flows as the result of the 2008 crisis. For the specific case of Barcelona, this stage of population growth translates into an increase in the foreign population that in 2021 amounts to 461,960 people, representing 22.48% of the total inhabitants of the city, and an increase of almost 6 percentage points in 7 years. We can also see how this latest growth presents very different characteristics from the one that occurred during the first decades of the 21st century. First of all, and although the distribution of a major continental origin of the immigrants' population does not show substantial variation to what has already been mentioned, we know the presence of new nationalities, which are among the most represented, as well as changes in terms of age and education level. Secondly, there has been an increase in the number of foreign citizens from European countries, Italy, France, United Kingdom, in that order, who are attracted by the city's climatic and cultural conditions to develop their professional activity. On the other hand, we can see how the boom in family reunification processes of foreigners already residing in Spain, as one of the few ways of legal entry to Spain, explains the increase of some nationalities, such as Pakistan or India. The situation of violence of some Central American countries and the harsh situation in Venezuela explain the presence of Spain as a migratory destination and is reflected in the data for the city of Barcelona. The migratory situation in Spain and the European Union as a consequence of the absence of legal channels for potential immigrants from outside the European Union is caused by many migrants who risk their lives to reach the country, especially those from the African continent. This dynamic, which has started to become more pronounced since 1915, has resulted in an increase in the number of people arriving in an irregular situation or as asylum seekers. Regarding the spatial distribution of the migrant population, in 2020, the foreign population in Barcelona represents the 20.6% of the population and the 18% if we consider the metropolitan area. As we can see in the table you have. Ciutat Bella, the historical center, continues to concentrate a high percentage. Although it is no longer the district with the highest proportion, the Eixample, another district, occupies the first position in 2021. The data show a fairly homogeneous distribution among the other districts. The diversity generated by international migration processes poses a series of social problems and political challenges in the city, but it also generates a series of action by the migrant population. We want to point out some of these. As we have already mentioned, one of the main characteristics of migratory flows in Spain, and in Barcelona in particular, is administrative irregularity. This feature entails a strong labor and social precariousness and has generated collective dynamics of struggle and the emergence of organization around the claim of economic and social rights, and not so much around cultural identities. Many of these movements have had their epicenter in the city of Barcelona and have had repercussions on the conceptions and regulations of activities in public space. Many informal activities that exist on a global scale and that highlight the loss of the centrality of work emerge as central at the local level, since they are related to security, migration, and the occupation of public space. This explains the political relevance they have acquired in the city of Barcelona. Some examples of these can be found in the case of street vendors and scrap metal dealers, activities that are highly criminalized and that are carried out in Barcelona by migrants from West African countries. In the case of street vending, in 1915 was created a popular trade union of street vendors, an organization whose first objective was to denounce the heavy police persecution they were suffering. The organization soon added to its demand the right to work and the fight against racism, classism, and immigration policy. In relation to scrap metal dealers and informal collectors, their activity has been developed through the occupation of warehouses and plots of lands in certain neighborhoods of the city. In 2013, the City Council decided to evict irregular settlements in exchange for legal housing. However, the scope of this regard is very limited, and it has been pointed out that the regularization process affected the disarticulation of the scrap dealers collective in the city. Another relevant group are the care and domestic workers, who are mainly women of Latin American origin. Many of them are in an irregular administrative situation and work in the informal economy. They face violations of their labor rights, but in many cases, they also suffer violations of other fundamental rights, such as discrimination, sexual harassment, human trafficking. In response, a social movement arose in Barcelona focused on demanding rights for domestic and care workers. In 1911, the Independent Union of Women Domestic and Care Workers in Spain was created. They have received support from the Barcelona City Council, trade unions, and organizations, and have achieved the constitution of the Bureau for the Defense of the Rights of Domestic Cleaning and Care Workers in the city of Barcelona. This initiative has been replicated in cities such as Madrid and Bilbao. The financial crisis of 1908 first and the crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic later have particularly impacted immigrant groups in terms of lack of employment, material deprivation, and access of housing. Undoubtedly, the arrival of undocumented migrants and applicants for international protection in Barcelona has had an impact on homelessness, as is the case in most European cities. In the last 3 years, there has been an increase in the number of non-UE foreigners in an irregular administrative situation, living in irregular settlements in the city. The vast majority are young people between 18 and 30 years of age from North American and Maghreb countries. Although we cannot speak of ghettos as such, housing is one of the aspects of greatest concern to all agents related to immigration. At the present time in Barcelona, there coexist problems of accessibility and housing occupation conditions, especially overcrowding, as well as problems of habitability, substandard housing. In addition, there are racist practices by real estate agents in the city. 62% according to a study by the Barcelona City Council. On the other hand, one of the key problems that the government of the city of Barcelona has fought against is the prejudices linked to migration. As early as 1991, when the number of foreigners was still very incipient, represented only 1.5% of the total population, a survey conducted by the Barcelona City Council revealed how the presence of the immigrant population living in the city was overestimated and how it was associated with a mainly negative image. The advent of the economic crisis in 2008 caused, in the Spanish case, a large increase in unemployment rates, cuts in public services, an increase in evictions. As a consequence, unfounded rumors proliferated about the supposed advantages that migrants would enjoy. Against this backdrop, in 1910, the city of Barcelona became a pioneer in the development of the so-called anti-rumor strategy. This initiative is a benchmark in combating stereotypes against migrants and rationalized people, and has become a model for other municipalities in Spain, Europe, and the world.
I apologize, Dr. Solé, but it seems like we're getting near that 30-minute mark. I would recommend giving some closing remarks because we have to move on. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, I can finish here. Thank you very much. Just a few conclusions. Migration has undoubtedly been the basis for demographic growth, economic dynamism, and urban transportation. The city has gone from receiving an internal migration to the territorial inequalities that exist without Spain to the attraction of the city's industrialization progress. International migration had challenges when thinking about the facing of processes of incorporation of the migrant population. However, despite of the dynamics and of exclusion and discrimination identified, we pose important challenges to social cohesion, and it can be concluded that the city of Barcelona has managed through its policies, urban gentrification processes, and development of an extensive reception, integration, and awareness to establish itself as an open and tolerant city. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Dr. Soler, Perea, and Piqueras for your essay. We will now be moving to the discussant. The discussant for the case of Barcelona is Lorenzo Cachon. Dr. Cachon retired as a professor of sociology from the Complutense University of Madrid. Some of his books include the following, which have been published in Spanish: I Can't Breathe, Anatomy of the Uprising Against Racism After the Lynching of George Floyd, The Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, A Model to Assemble, Immigrant Vulnerability and Resilience, Comparative Perspectives on Latin American Immigrants During the Great Recession and Immigration and Conflicts in Europe, and Learning for a Better Living Together, among others. He's also been the Spanish editor of Douglas S. Massey's book in Spanish and Alejandro Portes's Economic Sociology of International Migrations. Dr. Cachon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I will begin. Good morning for us in America. Bona tarda in Catalonia. I will begin for thanking for Professor Alejandro Portes and Margarita Rodriguez for inviting me for this extraordinary academic event, even if my English is not very good. And I will thank Professor and my friend Carlota Soler and Sonia Parella and Clara Piqueras for and congratulate her for her report about the city of Barcelona. I will present only schematically three contextual points and three additional considerations. My third contextual point is history matters. It's important to remember that they are not a Spanish exceptionalism. The process of economic and social transformation in the modern capitalism haven't taken place in Spain and in Catalonia in the same direction and as the rest of developed countries, but with different times as with a different tempo. That happened later, that happened faster, sometimes very fast, and they have happened more intensely. The reason for that is historically is very clear in Spain. There are failure of the agrarian reform in the 19th and 20th century, and there are a failure of the industrial revolution at the beginning in the same period. No? And the 20 year of socioeconomic setback that caused the Civil War, that is very important, and that is a singularity, but that is not a Spanish exceptionalism. The second point is, my second contextual point is the specificity of Catalonia and Barcelona within Spain. That in the report is very clear, but I try to synthesize that here to say, first, it's higher level of economic and social development compared with the rest of Spain. That is historically very important thing. The second is the historical dissociation between the political center, who is Madrid, and traditionally was Madrid, and the economic and human center, who was Barcelona, and the largest human agglomeration in the Mediterranean coast, like Pierre Vilar said, a larger, very larger population than Madrid, larger until the dictator Franco decided to the contrary. And how to do that is very, very simple. They put 30 cities around Madrid in the municipality of Madrid. With that, the population of Madrid doubled, and Madrid was bigger than Barcelona, who was a political objective. And third, is very important thing is the character of differentiate nationality within the Spanish state, with a strong feeling of a national identity, and with his own language, who is the Catalan, which coexists in Catalonia and especially in Barcelona with the Spanish language. And the first contextual point is the peculiarities of the migrant Spain. I don't repeat something that Carlota explained very well in the presentation, but if you see this graphic, you can see during the end of the 19th century and the first decade of the 20th century, Spain was a country of emigration, and a very important immigration, more than 1 million people every decade. And this immigration was to America, Central America and South America. After the Civil War, there are not a lot of immigration, there are political immigration, also some economic, but especially political, and this immigration was especially to North Africa and some France, etc. And then after the 50s, the immigration was not so big that in this period, and the thing is this immigration was to Europe, to especially France, Germany, Belgium, etc. But in this period, there are a very big domestic migration in Spain. That is the thing that Carlota Soler explained in the text. And then begin Spain transformed in an immigration country very fast from the middle of the 80s. Why? Because was a very strong mismatch. Sorry? Oh, okay, was very strong mismatch in the labor market beginning in this period. My first consideration, there are something that are in the report of Barcelona, and they are also in the presentation of Carlota Soler, was the importance of to understand Barcelona. You need to understand the metropolitan area. When I listened the first day of this conference, the case of Buenos Aires, I was the capital, the center of Buenos Aires, at the great Buenos Aires. Barcelona has also a great Barcelona around, and you must understand all that in this context. And in Barcelona, there is a strong process of gentrification, but with some peculiarities. I live only 1 year near Barcelona in the metro, in Hospitalet del Llobregat, but I know the city because I go there frequently, and this process of gentrification has to do, and intentionally was stimulated by public policies. When the public policy of renovation of the Raval does transform the composition of the population of the Raval, or the politic of the green areas in the city, does transform. And in Barcelona, there are also a great problem, I don't know exactly the question, but with the tourist gentrification, or if you can say cultural gentrification. In Barcelona, you can find somewhere some graffiti, say, tourists go home. That represents a problem in Barcelona, and that is a problem also to find houses in Barcelona. I would say, to say shortly, the importance of economic cycle and the influence of the residential mobility of the population, and also the practice, the residential dynamic of different immigrant groups in Barcelona. And the experience of Barcelona you can find in another cities like Madrid, etc. A point that the text, when I read first the report of Barcelona, for me was in one part a surprise, in another part not, but the construction of domestic and internal migration, the social construction like a social problem, and it was very similar. I read, that is Candel, a writer, I would say a lefty writer in Barcelona, who denounced the living condition of this population, residential segregation, neighborhood degradation, slum poverty. All that is referring to domestic migration in Barcelona, but is very similar of international migration. And you can thought that is only a problem of segregation, of lower economic occupation categories. Not only that, they suffer problems of discrimination, these domestic migrants, doubt about their integration in the Catalan society. And one thing that I didn't know, they even suffer deportation of Barcelona in the Franquist period. People who arrived to Barcelona and were deported to other regions of Spain. No? And my third consideration is about the Spanish model of internal migration. I know that a lot of people in the Spanish academic don't like to speak about the Spanish model. Even they say they are not a Spanish model, but I think they are, because there are some practices and policies in immigration management and integration management and policies that are very a little or different, some peculiarities that are different and to other countries. We can, I have not a lot of time, but for example, in Spain, Carlota explained that the irregularity is very important in Spain. That's true, but it's not to say that they are not, they are a lack of legal entries in Spain. Here you can see in blue, they are the initial residential permit that are mostly by labor question. And you can see that every year there are between 50 and 80,000 legal permit to enter in Spain. There are also, like in other countries, family reunification, that is also a legal system to enter legally in Spain. And in Spain, they are not, was not important the legal interest for humanitarian reason, asylum, etc. But in the last 2 years, you can see this is very important, and that is legal interest in Spain. But the most important and differentiated thing in this area, in my opinion, is the system of regularization by settlement, that we say arrival. That shows first that is true that there is a problem of irregularity, and second, that there exists a mechanism to regularize these people, immigrants in this situation. It's a continuous system of individualized for individuals. They are not a general declaration of don't remember the expression, but that is a regular system. And you can see in that begin was in a norm in 2004, was applied first time in 2006, but here you have the number between 2009 and 2020, and in all this period we regularize almost 600,000 immigrants. That is to say that there was 600,000 irregular immigrants, but not anymore. These immigrants are regularized. And that is a specificity of Spain that I think is very important. I have no time to explain the change in citizenship, but that is easier for some, for example, for people of Latin America, and is more difficult for others, for example, for people of Morocco. And there are also in this Spanish model, I think, some peculiarities in the integration management and politics. And Carlota in her presentation speak about the municipal registration register. All the immigrants, legal and illegal, in Spain have the right and must register in the municipal population register, and thus give these people not a lot of right, but certain right access to certain services. And that is a peculiarity of Spain that they are not in another countries. Some of them, yes, but not. And another point that I would speak about is the interculturality. The colleagues of Barcelona explain the importance of this politics in the city, in the municipality, and thus you must remember that this polity and integration plan exists in Spain in a local, like Barcelona, that is a very good example, regional, like in Catalonia, that was the first to do that, and is a very, and in national level, the Strategic National Plan for Citizenship and Integration of 2006 defined what is the interculturality, and that is, I think, very important. The result of this model, two kinds of results, in my opinion. There are a lot of problems of xenophobia and risk of social exclusion, but the integration of immigrants in Spain is probably better than other countries because some characteristic of this model. When Alejandro Portes explained the result of ILSE, of research, very important research about second generation in Spain, he wrote, is a less traumatic and more even integration process of second generation in Spain compared with other countries. That's one of the results. That is not to say that there are no problems. There are a lot of problems. And the other result, in my opinion, is the public opinion in Spain has a better acceptance of immigration, and there are less Islamophobia that in other countries. When you say there is Islamophobia, that is a problem. Even if only one person is Islamophobic, that is a political problem. But there are less in other countries. And that is the result of certain characteristics of this model. And I'm finished. Understanding the Spanish model help, in my opinion, to understand the case of Barcelona as an open city and help to better understand the result of this research of Professor Porte. In conclusion, there is specificity of Catalonia within the Spain case, first to formulate immigration integration plan, and there are a specificity and big relevance of the city of Barcelona, pioneer and went much, both in Catalonia and Spain, in different aspects. Some of them are in the presentation, others are in the paper. Is a relevant policy making in the city, the sustain of these public policies over time, because other cities have some policy making in one period, but political change they don't continue to do that. And Barcelona is not the case. They have this sustaining, this is public policies over time, and they created organisms to implement these policies with the participation of immigrants. That is also one characteristic of the Spanish model. This organism who exist and who give voice and the possibility to participate to the immigrant. And thank you very much, and congratulating my friend of Barcelona for the report. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Dr. Cachon, for your commentaries. We will now move to the discussion of the two cities of Stockholm and Barcelona. And we would first like to see if the writers of the essay have something to say. So of either city, Stockholm or Barcelona.
I just wanted to thank Thomas for excellent comments, both improving this paper and also giving great ideas for what could be another paper. So they were very insightful comments from Thomas. I really appreciate them. They will no doubt improve the paper in many ways, especially the further test of my thesis of social polarization of the tier 2 boroughs. That's certainly something to look into if it's not as extreme as my initial analysis showed. So thank you, Thomas. Appreciate that.
To Lorenzo Cachon's comment that the slogan "Tourism Go Home" is not. I don't think it's part of the gentrification process, but it's only due to the present policy of the actual mayor of Barcelona, who is against tourism, and many people are against this policy because Barcelona is a touristic city and lives out of tourism. So I hope it's only accidental and it's not a current tendency. Let's hope that it's. I hope that.
Okay, I think that is everything from the writers of the essays. We will now be moving to the questions and answers segment for both Stockholm and Barcelona. I'm going to try to answer or allow people to answer questions in the order they raise their hands. So we're going to start with Dr. Heath.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm not an expert on Stockholm at all, but I've been involved with a number of cross-national projects, including Sweden, and they seem to give a much more optimistic picture of the integration of the children of migrants than Thomas Sandberg's paper did, which I thought seemed to be very pessimistic. And of course, there may be good reasons for that, that the work I'm familiar with on Sweden focuses very much on the second generation. And it shows that there is very substantial economic advance on the part of the second generation, substantial educational progress, huge reduction in gender inequalities in education, some movement towards mixed dual identities, but in that respect, very similar to the other countries in our project. So it's a much more positive picture of what is happening in Sweden, where Sweden is by no means exceptional in comparison with, say, Germany, the Netherlands, the UK, France. Now, there could be very good reasons for that. One could be that the paper was focusing very much on the first generation, not the second. And another could be that it's the recency of the refugee flows, which means that they're still at very early stages of their, if you like, acculturation in Stockholm. But I'd be interested to hear more about whether, why the current picture in Stockholm seems to be so pessimistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heath, for your question. We will now be moving to Dr. Portes.
Well, thanks very much to everyone, to the presenters and to the discussants in this morning sessions. They have been extraordinarily useful. As organizers of the conference and presumably as authors of the introductory essay of the volume that results from it, I keep thinking about similarities and differences between the 9 strategic case studies that we have been discussing, and that is, how do they compare with one another, which is one of the intellectual exercises worth doing this. So let me try a couple very, very briefly. I think that we noticed yesterday in the case of Buenos Aires, and also in the case of Mexico City, what could be seen overall as an expulsion of the poor from the city, expulsion of the minorities and of internal migrants and so that the capital city of Buenos Aires, the capital city of Mexico, becomes more homogeneous in terms of bringing in the middle and upper classes associated with capitalist globalization, whereas the periphery becomes more the abode of the working classes, both native and migrants. So you have a clear spatial divide coinciding with the process of socioeconomic inequality. If we are going to believe the paper by Johan Sandberg, this kind of physical separation and distinction between the city of those who deserve it and the cities of those who are going to be expelled because they don't have, is even more acute or more dramatic in the case of Stockholm, because in this case the capital city brings in the native Swedish upper and middle classes, and the separation from the ethnic minorities is not only spatial, but it is constructed in such a way that members of those minorities can only access the center of the city on one way. They cannot walk it, they cannot walk to it, they cannot cycle to it, they cannot drive to it. It's only through the metro that they go to their places of work in the central city, and then they go back to their ghettos or to their ethnic neighborhoods, separated remarkably by enormous green spaces that are maintained there for the sake of preserving nature and so on, but also play the role of a clear physical separation between the city of those that deserve it from the point of view of the right wing, or that is the middle and upper classes, and those that do not. And the second observation that I have, and this is also a question for my Catalonian colleagues and friends and for learning, so is that it seems to me that whatever you say about discrimination, Islamophobia, etc., Barcelona presents a much more mixed spatial feature of the different space between native and internal migrant and external migrant, much more that comes to resemble a bit what the pattern in New York City, where everybody is from somewhere else, and there is actually a mix in a space that it's not to say that it is perfect, but I don't detect in the case of Barcelona a pattern of clear possession of the central city by the powers, by the middle and upper class, and a clear expulsion for all. Of course, the suburbs are full of poor people and migrants, but there is seems to be much more of a mix even in the central city. So in the search for looking for potential patterns in this question of the reality of of economic inequality everywhere, but the extent to which it overlaps with a clear spatial separation of the classes and ethnic groups, we can identify these similarities. And so the question is for both for Johan, if I am interpreting correctly your analysis, and for Carlota and Sonia and Clara, whether you say that I'm exaggerating the mix, that is the similarity that I observed overall in the case of Barcelona with that of New York City.
Thank you very much, Dr. Portes. We will now be moving to Dr. Cachon.
It's only to say that when I say this, tourists go home, there because I was impressed visiting Barcelona with an American friend 2 years ago, and we find that, but it's not the general sentiment in Barcelona that Carlota has well explained. Perhaps I speak later when the colleague of Barcelona react to the question of Alejandro that I think is very good presented. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now be moving to Dr. Glick-Schiller.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to raise a question to Johan. Johan, that thinking about what we just heard about Barcelona in terms of looking at its history through looking at its economic and social restructuring over time. Johan, I really love the last section of your paper, and I wondered what the paper would look like if you put it first. In the sense that it seems to me that you almost have two separate views of Stockholm. And I've taken that train, you know, I lived in Stockholm for a little while, and I took that train, and all my anthropological colleagues in Stockholm kept telling me, this is such a segregated city, you know, this is just awful. But they were seeing like gross ethnic difference. So everybody from someplace in the Middle East or some other part of the world was if they lived together, it was segregated rather than they were all hanging out together. And they didn't see the immigrant businesses, and they didn't talk about the segregation of the Swedish white working class. And that's what's in your second part. You're really talking about a restructuring that rejects a whole section of the whole population, migrant and non-migrant, in terms of access to the city center and its gentrification and access to social mobility and employment. So I just wondered if we rethought that from the perspective you gave us in the second section, and from the kind of perspective that we got from the Barcelona paper, if some of the conclusions about criminalization and radicalization about the Middle Eastern youth or would look a little different, because we could talk about the rise of the right among the Swedish youth, and because we could put that in the same analytical framework of the restructuring of the extreme neoliberalism, restructuring of capitalism, and financialization of housing.
Thank you. Dr. Kazinitz?
Yes, thank you. Both great papers. I just one just factual question. I was wondering in both cases about the importance of language in what that means in terms of transition to the city. In Johan's paper, I was thinking particularly if those very highly skilled STEM, largely high-tech migrants, often from Sweden, are only staying for a year or two. I doubt seriously they arrive speaking Swedish. So I'm assuming that means this industry is operating primarily in English. What does it mean to have a major industry, growth industry in the country operate in something other than the national language? And of course, in Barcelona, that's the other great question in the background is there's the strong favoring of Latin American immigrants in many ways, but in earlier times, the government has made attempts to get people to speak Catalan. What's happening with that now? And does the fact that so many people, so many Spanish speakers are emigrating change the balance between Catalan and Spanish speakers in the city?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kazinitz. We have about 4 minutes left for Q&A, so we will do Dr. Cavarozzi and maybe one more question after that, then we'll probably be out of time. So Dr. Cavarozzi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matthew. I just have a very short comment regarding Johan's presentation. I found very, very interesting, very suggestive, the concept or idea that he mentioned of segmented neoliberalism or segmented neoliberalization. Because when looking at Latin American cases, you will find that how the process of neoliberalization affects immigrants and poor or other poor people also. It's important maybe to distinguish between what you can call maybe the result of policy design in terms of choosing determinate policies in order to affect different sectors of the population, or the failure of policies. That is, neoliberalism may be also a result of the failure of specific policy. For example, some policies trying to reverse the effects of neoliberalism that fail, and that also results in a process of what I would call segmented neoliberalization. It's only to highlight that, and I think that when we look at the broader comparison of Europe, North America, and Latin America, may be an interesting observation or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cavarozzi. We have about 2 minutes. Would any participant or attendee like to make a comment or have a question that can probably fit into that 2-minute time slot? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions from the chat. Oh, we have Dr. Johan Sandberg.
Yes, I thought there were excellent questions that came, and there were quite many. So I'm going to try to just very briefly. Dr. Heath, when it comes to the overly pessimistic picture, I probably made somewhat of an error in the presentation if I was too pessimistic. There are certain things about the paper which I should have explained from the beginning. First of all, Bosnians never settled in Stockholm. Bosnians are the ones that integrated the most in the Swedish society of the later waves of refugees. The most studies that have been done on second-generation immigrants have not been done including later waves of the type of migrants that Sweden has received. And certainly there are quite a lot of progress in second-generation immigrants. For instance, Iranians are a group where the second generation are highly overrepresented in higher education. We also have other former Yugoslavian immigrants where the second generation has integrated very well into Swedish society. So there was this focus on the first generation, but there was also a focus on the trying to map out what the recent type of waves and the challenges facing Sweden. And I must also say here, because this is a conference on international migration, we did have a very narrow corridor of opinions in Sweden on migration up until 2017, where we could not problematize many of the issues that had to do with integration, even if we had the objective of trying to point out that integration needs to be strengthened, because that was a time in which we could not have any type of problematization of immigration into Sweden. So having said all these things, I do think that the paper necessarily would have to address not being overly pessimistic and explain a bit more of the particular focus. So thank you for that one. And also, I think it's important here also when we talk about the policies and we talk about as Nina mentioned, first and second, there have been a polarization and a social class reconfiguration, which is not necessarily only having the ethnic dimension, but of course then includes the ethnic dimension. So I think that that was a very good suggestion. And
I apologize, Dr. Sundberg, but we're
sorry.
actually over our time.
Thank you so much.
It's currently 12:11, but you're fine. Well, we're as I said, we are over time. I would like to thank everybody for their questions, comments, and the answers. We actually have introduced a slight modification to the program, and we will be resuming at 1:25 p.m. instead of 1:10. But now we will have our lunch recess. Thank you to everybody. See you then.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the segment of the conference Migration and Urbanization in Three Continents that will be focused on London. My name is Yash Agarwal. I'm currently a freshman at the University of Miami, majoring in microbiology and public health, and I will be your moderator for this afternoon. And on behalf of all of us, the students participating as moderators, we would like to convey our appreciation for this great opportunity and learning experience. Many thanks to Professor Rodriguez and the rest of the participants for your trust in us. This has truly been a wonderful learning experience. Now, before we get started, we would like to remind the participants that as clarified in the email, presenters have 30 minutes and the discussants of cities 15 minutes, and the discussants for the three cities 20 minutes for their respective interventions. We will start off with London. Now, the essay about London has been written by Anthony Heath and Yao Junli. Anthony Heath, CBE, FBA, is Emeritus Professor of Sociology at the University of Oxford. He has worked in many areas of sociology and political science and was director of the British Election Studies from 1983 to 1997. He subsequently directed the 2010 Ethnic Minority British Election Survey. Most recently, he's been using field experiments to study racial discrimination. He has also carried out work for many international and government bodies, such as UNDP, OECD, the Cabinet Office, and other government departments. In 2021, he served on the Office for National Statistics and Inclusive Data Task Force. He was elected a Fellow of the British Academy in 1992 and was honored in the Queen's Birthday Honours in 2012. Yao Junli is Professor of Sociology at Manchester University, United Kingdom. His research interests are in social mobility, social capital, and ethnic integration. He has published widely in these areas. He has also conducted many projects funded by research councils in Britain and other countries. More recently, he carried out an analysis for the Cabinet Office on patterns and trends of social mobility of the main ethnic minority groups in Britain in the last 50 years, with findings incorporated in the Report of Commission on Race and Ethnic Disparities. He has also worked with Professor Anthony Heath in designing a new framework for measuring social mobility over the next generation for the Social Mobility Commission. He was elected Fellow of Royal Society of Arts in 2016 and Academic Expert Advisor on the Social Mobility Commission's Policy and Evidence Advisory Panel in 2022. Dr. Heath and Dr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me try to share my screen. Has that worked?
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay, I'll get going. Yes, so I'm going to look at London going back to its foundation, its rise from being a provincial Roman city to the preeminent global city, and raise a question about its future. So I'm going to have three main sections in this talk. First of all, from 43 AD to 1939, then the immediate post-war period, which saw London decline, certainly in population terms. But then came a turning point in 1979 with the election of Margaret Thatcher as Prime Minister, and London became the subject of her neoliberal experiment. And then finally, Brexit and beyond. So London, and I'm going over the history partly because I found it very interesting and didn't know about it before, but also because in many ways the history has shaped the present. So we have path dependency, but we've also got the long shadow of history, and a great deal of what we see now in London has been shaped by the history of London from Roman times onwards. And perhaps the most important feature is the Romans' choice of London for its capital. They originally made Colchester their capital, which had been the Celtic tribes' major town, but they rapidly moved from Colchester to the Thames, and they chose a very strategic position where the Thames is still the tideway, which means that seagoing ships can come up the river to the port on the tide, and they can go out on the ebb tide. So it's ideal for navigation, but also with Roman technology, not the previous Celtic technology, they could build a bridge across it. So it was a major transport and communications hub. And that was a brilliant decision by the Romans. And London is still a brilliant transport center and communications hub. So already in the 2nd century AD, it was well known as a commercial center. And again, London has predominantly been a commercial center rather than anything else. And I have a quote here from Tacitus, the great Roman historian, commenting on how London was already celebrated for the businessmen and merchants who lived there. Wasn't a world city in the Roman period, but it was the largest city north of the Alps. And as a completely new foundation with no prehistory before the Romans, it would have been wholly composed of migrants. That's a very recent photo of workmen from last year discovering a Roman mosaic in the on the south bank of the river, Southwark, which was part of the ancient Roman city, in the shadow of London's tallest building, the Shard. London was abandoned basically after the Romans went, and it didn't become the capital for many centuries again. Britain was basically fragmented, but its strategic position meant that it was speedily sort of re-inhabited and once again became a major trading center. And one curiosity is that there is still a ceremonial city of London, a formal city of London, but rebuilt basically on the same site as the original Roman city. Here we have a picture of the Roman wall. You can tell the Roman bit from the strips of red brick, which was distinctive to Roman architecture. The bits above the strips of red brick are medieval, and opposite you've got the Norman Tower of London. And so again, the Normans made it their de facto major base, although they didn't have a formal capital, and then they spent most of their time in France anyway. And eventually population grew back to its Roman size in 1,000 years later, 1200 AD. From the late Middle Ages onwards, London developed much more rapidly than the rest of England. So as the orange line shows what proportion of the English population lived in London. So rising from 1% just after the Black Death in 1340, expanded rapidly up to 1600, even more rapidly then in the 17th century, which is one of the great periods for London, interrupted by the Great Fire of London. Stagnation in the 18th century, which was the beginnings of industrialization in Britain, and the population growth was happening in other parts of the country. London was never a major industrial center, It's too far from the coal mines. So it remained primarily a commercial center. Throughout this period, it had become, again, the settled capital. It also became a major intellectual center, was the home of the Royal Society. Again, something that has shaped London's future. And it was throughout this period multi-ethnic, largely through internal migration, but the meaning of internal migration in the early modern period is very different from what we would think of internal migration today, because the British Isles then were highly disparate ethnically, culturally, linguistically. And London, over this period, acquired substantial populations of Jews, the Irish, French refugees from the wars of religion, and later other refugees like Karl Marx. The London's sort of zenith came in the 19th century, and then we see both absolutely and relatively population began to decline. And this is London's zenith. This is the 1851 Great Exhibition, the Crystal Palace, as it was termed, which is unfortunately got destroyed in a fire, I think sort of 70 or 80 years later, but must have been an incredible construction, better than anything London can build now. As empire developed, the preeminence of London, not just within the British Isles, but in the British Empire, increased. So it became the major economic, financial, political center for the empire. It was a magnet for migrants, including elites from across the empire. So many elites would have sent their children for British education or would have come to London at some point. So it was already, certainly at the elite level, a cosmopolitan city. Hugely unequal, more so than it is, even more so than it is today, with a very dense population, massive overcrowding in the inner city, poverty, crime, and disease, for which we have contemporary records. And at that time, Benjamin Disraeli, later a Tory prime minister, talked about the two nations, between whom there is no intercourse, no sympathy, ignorant of each other's habits, thoughts, and feelings, as if they were inhabitants of different planets. So London at this time was hugely divided, hugely unequal, but also diverse. And that is the theme I'm going to continue with. It's really sort of the dual aspect of London. On the one hand, the diversity, the welcoming approach to migrants, but also the extremes of economic inequality and of poverty. So racing quickly up to the beginning of the war, that's when London had reached its maximum population size, although of course, given the spread, and it's hard to know when one's comparing like with like, because there's been a gradual spread, particularly with commuting. So the travel to work area is now larger than the actual boundaries of the London metropolitan area. But on at the beginning of the war, London, although it had lost some of its preeminence, was still by far the largest city in the United Kingdom, still divided. What was interesting about the Battle of Cable Street, and again foreshadows what we'll see later is that here we have the, actually not in this picture, we can't see the police, but basically the police were protecting a march by the British Union of Fascists, which were quite a potent force at that time. The fascists wanted to march through the Jewish areas of the East End of London, and anti-fascist protesters, not just Jewish, but including socialist, anarchist, Irish, communist groups, fought with the Metropolitan Police, who tried to remove the barricades that they'd set up to prevent the march. And again, that is a long-standing London tradition of marches, barricades, protests against the police. Turning to the post-war period, London's population started to decline, partly because of the disruption caused by the Blitz, that is the German bombing raids. There's also, after the war, a very extensive program of slum clearance initiated by the newly elected Labour government, who established large suburbs on the social housing on the outskirts of London, with better facilities, much less crowding, with gardens. And probably the biggest housing program that Britain or London has ever seen. At the same time, already before the war, the affluent middle classes had been moving out to the more salubrious suburbs, initially within Greater London, and eventually moving further out still. So there'd already been what I've called here, in inverted commas, white flight. But of course, there were, apart from the Irish and the Jewish, there weren't large populations of migrants from the new Commonwealth countries, which is a euphemism used in Britain to just describe the non-white Commonwealth. So these areas of inner London had already been largely vacated and had become run down, either because of the middle classes moving out, or because of the slum clearance programs. And they became the home for new waves of migrants. The first arrivals were Polish, not particularly well known. Many Poles had fought with the Allies and the British, I think particularly in the Air Force. And after the Iron Curtain came down, they preferred to stay in Britain and return to communist Poland. They were relatively affluent compared with the migrant workers that Britain, like other European countries, recruited in order to meet labor shortages following the war, and to help with reconstruction in the post-war period. So Britain did not have a formal system of guest workers in the way that Austria and Germany did, but essentially migrant workers were recruited from the Caribbean, and they played key roles in staffing the London Underground, but also in providing nurses for the newly established National Health Service. And these migrant workers, well, the migrant workers tended to go, as is so often the case, to the cheapest areas. And in this case, one of the original sort of areas of settlement was Notting Hill. This is Bramley Road in Notting Hill, where British landlords had taken the large houses that had been previously occupied by white middle classes, turned them into multi-occupancy with large numbers of families sharing these houses. And so this is one of the areas where the Jamaican migrants settled. There are a range of areas across London. So it's quite a dispersed settlement. There are other settlements in Brixton, south of the river, Hackney in the east. Notting Hill is particularly famous because of the so-called Notting Hill race riots in 1958, when white youths attacked residential areas, particularly in Bramley Road, where they attacked the black residents. And so there was a hostile reception to the migrants. Some of the earliest studies, field experiments of discrimination were conducted in the 1960s and showed staggering levels of discrimination, both in the labour market and in housing. So a hostile reception to these first migrants from the Caribbean. The Caribbean migrants were followed by various other waves of migrants, predominantly from the old Commonwealth countries, also from Ireland, but particularly large flows from India, East Africa, Pakistan. Many of these people had already been displaced in the aftermath of empire. The partition of India displaced millions of particularly Punjabis. And so many of the migrants to London were Punjabi Sikhs who had lost their land in what became Pakistan and had been moved to poorer land in North India, or what was left of the Punjab. Also flows of Bangladeshis after the partition of Pakistan between East and West. Again, many displaced people, and many Indians and Pakistanis have been recruited by Britain to help run the empire, and particularly in Africa. And they too were displaced after the African countries became independent. So a flow of migrants, predominantly from the new Commonwealth, though Ireland was the major source, and as it had been before the war. In the chart, the blue lines show the percentage of London residents coming, say, from the Republic of Ireland, and the orange line shows the proportion in the rest of England. So again, this gives a sense of London's distinctiveness, how it became much more diverse, much more quickly than the rest of England. Other English large cities like Birmingham and Manchester also had large inflows, but their inflows were not on the same scale as London. So London was a particular magnet. So we again see the new Commonwealth countries a smallish proportion from the rest of the world, which changes over the next few decades. Figures from Cyprus and Germany are probably misleading because some of those would have been children born to British servicemen serving in Cyprus and Germany. So this is a case where the country of birth is a misleading measure of whether people are immigrants or not. Also worth noticing that there are quite a number of those smaller flows of migrants from the old Commonwealth, Canada, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, and from the USA, and from a number of European countries. I won't go into this table in detail, but it's just to illustrate the variety of qualifications and occupational levels and housing situation of the different migrant groups. So we find the old Commonwealth and the American migrants very highly educated, much more so than the British. Interestingly, it's the South European migrants who are the least well educated and who had the lowest occupational levels. So again, these were what we heard about in the talk on Barcelona earlier. These were coming at a stage when there were large numbers of labour migrants leaving Spain and Italy. It's also worth noticing that the migrants were largely excluded from social housing because of the eligibility rules that were in place at the time, concentrated for the most part in private renting. But what's striking there is that despite their relative affluence, a lot of the white groups, those from America, Australia, and so on, were in private renting. And I suspect this is because these groups had short-term orientations, that there's high level of turnover. Many of them would have come for a short period, often young men and women after, as young adults, coming and then returning to their countries of origin. So these groups are not all equally going to settle. So there's much higher turnover and return migration for many of the white and indeed of the European groups, and that actually has continued with the European groups. I thought I'd show a picture of the Notting Hill Carnival, which is set up by Black Caribbean, Claudia Jones, to improve race relations in London. But the main point I want to conclude with this early period was that essentially, on my reading, the migrants rescued inner London from its post-war decline, but by creating new communities, new dynamic communities, and by their work on reconstruction. So it's not a case of white flight and dispossessing the whites. It was filling the gaps left by the whites and reviving the inner city. Then we come to the turning point, and here is Margaret Thatcher, who, given the strange lack of constitution of Britain, was able to undertake a major transformation of the United Kingdom. So her government brought, not always intentionally, massive deindustrialization of the North and Midlands, but London was largely spared because it had never been a major industrial center. Massive programs of privatization, selling off council houses, a program of weakening trade unions, deregulation, which turned to be to the benefit of financial services, led to the Big Bang, and led to the growth of financial services in London, erosion of welfare benefits, increasing poverty, and massive increase in inequality. But at the same time, and less connected with the neoliberal agenda, over this next period, there's a huge increase in higher education generally, and particularly in international students coming to London, which is an aspect of migration that I think we haven't given enough emphasis to. And there are also, of course, new waves of immigration from the EU because of freedom of movement. Britain joined the EU in 1973 under Margaret Thatcher's predecessor, my namesake, Edward Heath. Thatcher was enthusiastic about the common market, less enthusiastic about political integration. And then, of course, Britain voted to leave the EU in 2016 and finally left, I think it was actually 2020. What is striking here is the changing profile, particularly the rest of the world. So that in this sort of Thatcherite and post-Thatcherite period, and I think this is possibly linked to the growth of higher education and international students, the rest of the world has become the largest source, rather than the Commonwealth, old or new, or even Europe. So internationalization of migration to London, still continuing streams of migrants from India, but also particularly with the enlargement of the EU in 2000 and I think it was 8, increasing flows from Eastern Europe, from Poland, also from the Baltic countries, Romania, and a continuing steady inflow of West Europeans who tended to be the highly educated and moving into financial services and related sectors of the economy. In addition to these migrants, which is what this chart shows, we need to remember the growing second generation as the previous generation of migrants from the Caribbean and India, who were relatively young and therefore had relatively high fertility. Their children will have come of age in this second period. So the second generation is also becoming important. And the fastest growing group of all were what the British census call people of mixed background, particularly Black Caribbean, Black African, and white British. So the intermarriage between the Caribbean group, African and the white British working class, it has again been another factor transforming London society. Brief scan of the educational occupational profiles. For all groups alike, we see this huge increase in the proportion with graduates going from less than 10% now to lots of figures of 50 and 60 and 70%. And so we see the Chinese, for example, have joined the West Europeans and the Americans with very high rates of graduates. Many of these may have been, like many of my students, students who stayed, who came to study, liked Britain, liked London, and have stayed on. So students who stayed have been an important source of migrants, and and I suspect particularly from China, from some European countries. The term was actually coined originally for Nigerian students from elite backgrounds who came to London to study. I think that's perhaps the most striking feature. We see, I think, that the East European groups, the new groups from Romania, Poland, and the Polish, this more recent Polish migration is very different from the first Polish migration. These tend to be the most disadvantaged groups in this second period. And we also continue to see the high rates of turnover among some of the West European groups and the old Commonwealth groups. The other major story I want to talk about is these dual processes that occurred over this period from 1979 up to the present day. So dual processes of both simultaneously ethnic concentration and of ethnic dispersion. So that we mentioned the areas of initial concentration, such as Notting Hill, where we'd had relatively small proportions of the population, even within quite small areas, who would have been ethnic minority. And one important point to remember is that London has never had anything remotely approaching American ghettos. It's always been relatively dispersed. In some ways, because of natural increase, as the second generation stayed in the same area as their parents, and because of the arrival of new migrants coming again as a very general process to the core areas, often attractive, of course, by community resources or the Gurdwara, the mosque, or the temple. So we've got increasing populations in those original areas of concentration. But simultaneously, as the second generation have become more affluent, we've got processes of moving out to better quality housing, basically. As people can afford it, they have moved out. And those are common processes affecting both ethnic minorities and the white British. So rather than white flight, I would want to talk about the flight of the affluent. People get richer, they like to have better houses. And for some groups, perhaps most notably Jewish, who want to stay within the Eruv and be able to walk to the synagogue, the presence of the places of worship would have perhaps slowed down the out-migration. But processes of dispersion have occurred with all these major communities, including the Sikh and Muslim ones. And the evidence I have seen suggests that the net effect of this concentration simultaneous with dispersion was actually declining segregation over in London as a whole. And essentially outer London was becoming more mixed, as well as inner London becoming somewhat more concentrated, although still highly diverse and possibly even more diverse because of the huge numbers of international students. But at the same time, we have the areas of great deprivation and poverty, continued institutional racism, I wanted to illustrate with the London riots. I was hoping to find a picture showing white youths rioting alongside black youths, but I ran out of time and couldn't find one. But essentially, the London riots wasn't as in the Notting Hill riot of 1958, white attacking blacks or vice versa. It was poor Londoners of all groups protesting against oppressive policing.
Dr.
And I think I can stop here. I just wanted to finally show that London's exceptionalism within the UK, the most Remain oriented part of the kingdom. And I will leave you with a picture of the Neasden Hindu temple and my hopes that the dynamism of the migrant groups and the international students will rescue London once again from the folly of Brexit. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Heath and Lee, for a very interesting presentation of case. Now, the case of London will be discussed by Nina Glick-Schiller. Professor Glick-Schiller is a research associate at Max Planck Institute for Social Anthropology in Germany, emeritus professor at the University of Manchester in the UK, and at the University of New Hampshire in the United States. She is co-editor of Anthropological Theory and founding editor of Identities, Global Studies in Culture and Power. She holds honorary doctorates from Erasmus University, Netherlands, and from Malmö University in Sweden. Her writings address the relationships between migrants and city making, dispossession and displacement, transnationality of cities and migrants, cosmopolitan sociability, methodological nationalism, urban restructuring, categories of epidemic risk, and the critique of the ethnic lens. Dr. Glick-Schiller's ethnographically informed theoretical contributions to the transnational perspective in migration, city making, and global social issues has led to over 100 articles in peer-reviewed journals and 9 books. These include the following co-authored or co-edited volumes: Nations Unbound, published in 1994 and widely seen as a cutting-edge contribution to transnational studies in the social sciences, Migrants and City Making, Dispossession, Displacement, and Urban Regeneration, Whose Cosmopolitanism, and George Woke Up Laughing, Long Distance Nationalism and the Search for Home, and Whose Cosmopolitanism, among others. Professor Glick-Schiller, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll just say a word, contesting London exceptionalism with a little Manchester nationalism, and then I'll go into my paper. Thank you, Anthony. I think there are a number of diverse cosmopolitan social settings of sociability in the UK. So let me just share my screen. I just have a few slides, so you won't just be looking at me. Can you see my slides? Okay.
Professor Glick-Schiller,
Yeah.
it's like very, oh, there we go. Now we're able to see it. Perfect.
Can you see it? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Alejandro Portas began this conference by telling us that migration and urbanization are two sides of the same coin. Anthony Heath and Yao-Yun Lee began their paper on London by saying, London has, from its beginning in the 2nd century AD, been a major European and subsequently world city shaped by migration. First in this discussion, I asked if we decide to take these two statements seriously as an approach to migration and urbanization, then what do we learn and what is missing from Heath and Lee's presentation of London? And secondly, I suggest that a multi-scalar conjunctural analysis might contribute to our understanding of the relationship between migration and urbanization in London. I argue urbanization comes about through multi-scalar networks of people and institutions that are connected to multiple elsewheres. These networks provide capital provisioning, resources, skills, and population replenishment, since cities have been historically and are currently very unhealthy places. Heath and Lee tell us that, quote, inward migration must have played a major role in London's population growth from the medieval period up to the 20th century. They further state there would have also been international migration from London's foundation, and then name Romans, Saxons, Vikings, Normans, French Huguenots, Jews, and Black, Chinese, and Indian seamen. But then, what is London? Who built it? What is urbanization? If a history of London is a history of the mobility of these people, then why differentiate between migrants and natives? How can we talk about migration history separate from the history of the city? In fact, migrants are the city. We learned that we couldn't from the beginning understand London as a city without its connection to empire building and the links of urban, regional, imperial scales of governance and economic processes. And to think of Roman imperial processes, we have to remember that all colonization is a process of dispossession, the taking of land, displacing of people, the settling of administrators and colonists, and their extracting of produce and labor. The Roman army was actually a Romano-British army marked by ethnic and cultural diversity, including the incorporation of the local population. To think more about London as an imperial city that served as a port and hub, we must build a multi-scalar analysis that emphasizes that from the beginning, London was built by migrants with different degrees of military, political, cultural, and economic power that were connected to multiple places. This point is further highlighted when Heath and Lee take up their narrative with the Norman conquest, which was part of another historical conjuncture marked by the expansion of the prestigious Norman ruling class, who then claimed the identity of conquerors, settlers, and migrants. Heath and Lee next turn to a condensed history of London as the British imperial center. However, though they mention empire and London's diverse population, by and large, they continue to treat London as a separate unit of analysis. The paper would benefit from a further analysis of the social, political, economic, and cultural implications of the centuries-long transference of the wealth produced by people around the world into the holdings of the British ruling classes and the subsequent empowerment of the London-based financial class. As the center of the British Empire, London grew on both external and internal colonization. London was built within multi-scalar networks of disparate power that extracted wealth from enslavement, the slave trade, indentured labor, the dispossession and cultural subordination of the Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and English rural classes, and intertwined processes of racialization, patriarchy, Orientalism, and cultural hierarchies of difference. Once we think of connected cities across geographic scales, our understanding of the economy, politics, and culture of cities differs from standard interpretations, as does our perspective on population flows and the political economic transformations that led different sectors of the population at different times to be labeled as migrants or natives. The decline of empire marks London's next historical period for Heath and Lee, which they date from 1939. They mention the decline of London as a major port and London's post-war slum clearance projects in East London. We learned there was housing redevelopment as well as the destruction of working class neighborhood solidarities. And we learn of the influx of colonized labor and displaced Europeans who enter into city building. It might be helpful, however, to analyze these transformations in terms of the financial and cultural project of capital dispossession of dispossession and capital accrual. We get too little sense of just how London's economy was reorganized. I especially want to reinforce Heath Ledley's invaluable insights that the poorer migrants may well have played a role in reviving the poorer areas of the city and undoubtedly compensated for the suburbanization of the affluent white population. They are pushing us, but they could go even further in rethinking concepts such as white flight or displacement in terms of the valuation and revaluation of property. It's the use of redlining to devaluate and criminalize certain neighborhoods, and then their revaluation again as a poorer population is displaced and gentrification takes place. This kind of perspective situates migrants as city builders within these processes rather than as populations to be integrated or assimilated. It puts them within a cycle of property devaluation and revaluation that drives capital accumulation realized through real estate investment. Revaluation is at the heart of urban regeneration, and it works through as I said, the racialization and criminalization of migrant neighborhoods and subsequent revaluation and gentrification. Migrant entrepreneurial activity, such as what we discussed last week in Miami, must be understood as related to processes of neighborhood revaluation. In this section and in the post-1979 period, Heath and Lee's urban history becomes a migrant history, but the sense that migrant history is somehow different from urban history seems to continue. Reference to the labor movement and its complex relationship to national liberation movements, which also had London connections, would be helpful in giving an overall political economic picture of the ongoing restructuring of urban life in London. In their discussion of post-1979 London, Heath and Lee begin to address the conjunctural moment of the neoliberal restructuring of capital accumulation. They call our attention to the increased significance of the City of London as a global financial center. They speak of this restructuring, quote, reinvigorating the economy, and of major renovation projects such as Canary Wharf, which attracted, quote, inward investment and highly skilled migrants, end quote, and led to the growth of London's population. However, much more could be said and needs to be said and has been said about the implications of this form of urban regeneration. These reorganizations and redevelopment projects, beginning with Thatcherism and continuing through New Labour and the Tory governments, have created massive shifts in wealth, health outcomes, educational disparities, not only in Greater London, but in the UK and globally. Forms of capital accumulation through dispossession took the form of privatization of housing, public services, public spaces, and public transport. These changes generated political angers among those displaced by the massive shift of wealth and power to the London-based financial elite. Migrants have been part of this reorganization in every aspect within the financial industries, tourist industries, as international students and scholars, healthcare workers, from administrators to cleaners. And they are among, and politicians, they are among the dispossessors and the dispossessed. And that set the stage for Brexit, the rallying of populist angers by a political elite whose agenda only included more of the same dispossession. Not addressed in this paper, nor fully evaluated yet, given the ongoing pandemic disruptions, the full effect of stripping London and the UK of its migrant workers since both unskilled and anyone but the highly paid face difficulties in obtaining work visas and moves that predated but are intensified by Brexit. I should say there's also the issue of contract workers, which we just learned about in Stockholm too. So there's a complex picture, and those statistics that we saw that Anthony presented don't quite give the picture of the ejection of migrants in very recent days, or the stopping of legal flows. While old class analysis is inadequate to the current situation in London or the UK, we certainly need to develop an analysis of those dispossessed of housing, access to education, access to decent health care or elder care, or increasingly to adequate heat or food. These dispossessed, who I call a disposariat rather than a precariat, consist of both migrants and non-migrants who are being pitted against each other. In making these comments, I have built on the multi-scalar approach to migrants as city makers that Aisha Shalar and I have in discussion with a range of critical geographers who are unfortunately missing from this conference. We have developed over the past 20 years. In the course of our work, we have made 5 points, which I will use to summarize the points I raised in this discussion. 1, cities are not units of analysis, but entry points within multi-scalar networks of disparate economic, political, and cultural power. Cities, past and present, are produced by agentive networked actors, including migrants. Cities are made by migrants, and categories of internal and international might not be the most relevant approach to understand city making. When those categories become political and important, and when they don't help us understand what's actually going on, is something we should discuss rather than take for granted. And cities are now global, but in different ways. In looking to further discussion of London and other cities, it would be helpful to remember 2 points that emerged within this conference and were raised by various people. One is we have to look beyond the city to the city region to which populations are being displaced, and to the larger global capitalist system that frames urban growth, declines, and possibilities. And second, and as Raul emphasized, it is important to remember that a better urban future and world is possible, but not within the current organization of wealth and power. We must build on the sociabilities and aspirations for social justice of those being dispossessed, the ones that Anthony pointed to when he talked about Black and white youth rioting. Rioting is a form of urban protest against social injustice. We must build on those aspirations to build movements to save the planet and each other. Thank you.
Thank you for those wonderful and insightful comments, Professor Glickschiller. Just a quick thing, the Q&A session will occur after the European intervention session. So up next, we have Professor Rodriguez, who will be discussing the 3 cities. Dr. Rodriguez is Professor of International Migration, Sociology, and Organizations at the Department of Sociology and Criminology, and Faculty Research Fellow at the Institute for Advanced Studies of the Americas and Hemispheric Global Affairs. She has published the following books: International Migration, Accumulation, Imperial Designs, and Transnational Social Fields, which offers a historical analysis of immigration, emigration, and transnationalism, starting at the onset of colonization under global and transnational lenses, and the books Caribbean Migration to Western Europe and the United States, Essays on Incorporation, Identities, and Citizenship, and The Modern Colonial Capitalist System in the 20th Century as co-editor. Her scholarly articles have been published in peer-reviewed publications, and they have included discussions on the following issues, among others: language asymmetry is power asymmetry, the mutual reconstruction of the global and the local captured through migrants and non-migrants transnational social agency, and politico-economico processes. Her research has tended to blend theory and fieldwork. Her fieldwork-based research has included over 8 cities and several regions located in 3 continents. Her historical research has been informed by Fernand Braudul's classic Longue Durée, Conceptualization of History, and is called for an epistemological dual immersion of historical analysis and social sciences perspectives. She was affiliated as visiting researcher at the Sociology Department of Princeton University for over a year. She participated in research projects at the Center for Migration and Development, for which she participated in fieldwork and produced research reports during her stay at Princeton. She has also worked as a consultant for organizations concerned with immigration issues, including the improvement of the health status and living conditions of immigrant groups in South Florida. Professor Rodriguez, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Rodriguez, we can hear you.
Wonderful, wonderful. It was an intellectual delight to read the widely informative and historically enlightening essays on London, Barcelona, and Stockholm. The 3 essays are priceless sources of information on the cities examined, and they offer valuable historical insights in terms of antecedents of current dynamics. The authors of the essay on London take us back a millennium in time through a 3-pronged period that spans into the present in their historical analysis of the evolution of London in relation to migration. By incorporating the issue of empire, the writers of the essay on London bring to our attention a relevant geopolitical angle, since as it is well established in the literature on migration from a global perspective, all sorts of imperial designs, including formal and informal ones, have shaped international migration. The paper could benefit from establishing a difference between the direct deployment of military force and imperial accumulation strategies, as the British former empire did, and its informal imperial designs and implications for migration. Global imperial designs have been as relevant as the international division of labor, economic restructuring, and socio-cultural processes and domestic political ones in propelling and shaping migration. Another great merit of the essay on London's incorporation of this geopolitical aspect is that it brings in the issue of colonialism and how it ties to current instances of segregation and discrimination, among other issues discussed. As emphasized by the coloniality of power argument framework, capitalism and modernity, when studying global issues, are to be linked to the issue of coloniality. So it is not enough to talk about capitalism and modernity. It is important to understand the matrix capitalism, modernity, coloniality as a single unit in European-driven global histories. There seems to be some intertextuality across essays with this new session, which is apparent also in the cases of other European cities. However, there is a risk of using superdiversity, which is the term that is found in intertextuality in this conference. It is a risk of using superdiversity in relation to ethnicity only. Vertovec has referred to the limitations of such use as follows, and I quote, "Superdiversity was intended to address the changing nature of global migrations that over the past 30 years or so has brought with it a transformative diversification of diversity." This has not just, I continue the citation, this has not just been in terms of movement of people reflecting more ethnicities, languages, and countries of origin, but also in respect to the multiplication of significant variables that affect how and with whom people live. It is not enough, he says, to see diversity only in terms of ethnicity, as is usually the case both in social science and wider public sphere. The multiplicity of variables he's calling our attention to include, and I cite, differential living statuses and the concomitant conditions, divergent labor market experiences, direct configuration of gender and age, patterns of spatial distribution, and mixed local responses by service providers and residents. The dynamic interaction of this variable is what I meant, he said, by superdiversity. Some have referred to superdiversity as a buzzword, and Vertovec himself is aware of the scholarly deficit of the term, and he refers to it as a placeholder until we develop more enhanced terms. But if we are not deterred by the apparent superficiality and even commodification of the term, we can see that it reflects epistemological dissatisfaction with current frameworks that use conceptual apparatuses that fail to capture new dynamics, and what citing Nando Singona Vertovec refers to as new ways of looking at society that is a society that is getting increasingly complex, composite, layered, and unequal. Epistemological dissatisfaction can also be found in books and articles that deal with different aspects of migration and urbanization, not as a link of external processes, but in their mutual constitution and reconstitution. For example, Glick-Schiller and Associates call for a multi-scalar relational perspective to city making, and Saskia Sassen's Territory, Authority, and Rights book is also in search of frameworks that reflect new qualities we should be able to capture, including historical aspects of migration and city making that she discusses in her book. The essay by Sandberg shares this kind of epistemological dissatisfaction and offers a solution by integrating frameworks. The question is whether they are paradigmatically and theoretically compatible, a preoccupation also voiced by Glick-Schiller. It would be interesting to hear from Dr. Sandberg about this matter. All three essays provide important elaborations on patterns of spatial mobility within core areas of the cities and in relation to greater metropolitan areas during different time periods, and discuss key rationales associated with these trends. They all refer to aspects that can be resumed as related to division of labor and labor market trends. They discuss segregation and inequalities. In my reading, Johan's essay has made an excellent use of new trends studying multidimensional segregation that both incorporate and transcend Massey and Denton's prominent studies on residential segregation in the late 80s. They also discuss housing affordability, general economic and real estate market trends and inequalities, and they mention real estate speculation and unaffordable housing for many residents, either as renters or owners. But they do not engage with a growing body of literature on financialization, a global trend that all three cities have been engulfed in, and cutting-edge analysis of housing affordability, exclusionary practices in relation to housing have shed light on. Financial issues are explicitly mentioned, but not the phenomenon of financialization. Financialization, the transformation of assets, in this case, housing assets, into financial instruments, has been a main factor of exorbitant price increases in real estate. It has led to the expulsion of hundreds of thousands of people from their houses and communities around the world. Although gentrification and finance are mentioned in some of the papers, financialization is a qualitative different type of phenomenon that is so vicious in disrupting where people live and how they live that it ethically sort of sanctifies gentrification. Since Adam Smith, it became increasingly clear that wealth heavily relies on labor, not trade, as the mercantilists had assumed. And building upon that solid foundation, by the end of the 19th century, it had been established that a key propeller of capital accumulation has always been labor mobility, which adopts a variety of forms from the demand-driven migration to expulsions. Financialization takes this link between accumulation and the urban question to another level. The urban question was vividly documented by Engels for the case of London in an essay that he titled precisely like that, The Urban Question. And I see resonance of this preoccupation in the article on London and in other articles as well. Which brings me to the issue of the question, do they live as such because they are immigrants or because they are workers? This points to another big issue brought to our attention during this conference. Next, associated with this is the issue of global city. The three essays are missing an explicit connection to the global city literature, which in my reading brings theoretical and empirical disadvantage in this case. The absence of the global city literature is particularly intriguing in the essay on Stockholm as global city, since it appears prominently in the title of the essay. And elements of the Sasanian tradition to global city are present in the essay as well. In the case of London, it uses words world city and global city. A conceptual clarification would be recommended. Sassen clarifies her use of global city in contrast with world city in older and more recent usage as follows. The difference between the classical concept of world city and the global city model is one of level of generality and historical specificity. The global city marks specific socio-spatial historical space. In her conceptualization, she further clarifies, it is a matter of production of the global economic system. It is not simply a matter of global coordination, but one of the production of global control capabilities. This is an important clarification that Sassen makes about her concept of global city versus world city that I invite the writers to reflect on. This connects directly into an argument that Thomas Feist was mentioning earlier concerning the role of organizations and the organization of labor and work in relation to the issues that we are discussing. We need to dig deeper in organizational aspects of this. I personally would like to do so. I teach a course on organization, and I really can see what he's meaning. It is also relevant to take into consideration that Sassen is one of the few scholars of her prominence who have been systematically producing on the mutual reconstitution of migration and urbanization, not only in the global city, New York, London, and Tokyo, a book that Castells has described as a classic in global city analysis, but in other books such as Guest and Aliens and the one mentioned before, TAR. The case of Barcelona is a fascinating essay that blends the history of international and internal migration nicely. Both discourse and analytics seem to be directed to show that Barcelona is an open city. And the very title suggests that that is the case. But in the sense that all cities, but not in the sense that all cities are open systems, complex and constantly in the making, but their notion of openness refers more to the sense of welcoming. And the question in this case is how open can a city be in the sense of being welcoming when language asymmetry is a power relation so pervasive that has provoked almost a constitutional crisis in recent years, together with a very strong separatist movement in Catalonia. Possibly the article could articulate these political realities with issues of openness. If the parameter for characterizing a city as welcoming is that there are not big pro-Nazi demonstrations with people chanting anti-immigration slogans and in other cities in Europe, the bar has descended significantly with respect to the understanding of what a legal, humanitarian, and ethical welcoming should look like. Yet the authors very assertively indicate that although they do not use this term, there are constant microaggressions, although they don't use the term as I mentioned, but it's used in the literature, against Moroccans the so-called South American Sudacas, and there is racism, Islamophobia, and that we could address these issues. We could add that there are women from the Spanish Caribbean that have been taken to the city as part of low-intensity sex trafficking schemes enveloped in an aura of paternalism at best. It brings me to another aspect of great relevance, which is the issue of the connection between city making, migration, and the global crime economy, which is not sufficiently dealt with in the essays, even though more prominently in the case of London, there is a very strong connection between migration, city making, and the global crime economy, and associated with state projects. The transnationality of city is also an aspect that we need to discuss. It's connected to the abandoning the essentialist perspective about immigrant groups, as when we assume that when immigrants come from very poor country, they have no say in the transnational mobility of capital and the built environment. If we direct our attention to class analysis, we detect other aspects of great interest. I have shown in my work on Nicaraguans in Miami that banking organizations and transnational networks of credit and other financial operations were built by a very wealthy Nicaraguan elite that left the Central American country during the 80s as a result of the revolution of the 70s of 1979, and further expanded its transnational repositioning as a capitalist class precisely as a result of the relocation to Miami. They formed one of the top philanthropic organizations in the United States, which has operated in conjunction with other organizations of that kind, such as Caritas International, and have led to the building of communities in very remote areas of Nicaragua. That kind of transnationality should be present in our thoughts when we are developing these ideas. I should mention that the evidence that I gathered when conducting this study of transnational organizations developed by Nicaraguan immigrants in South Florida was part of a broader study that included other cases, some of which were studied by some of the colleagues that are here in this event under the academic leadership of Alejandro Portes. I invite to revisit the wealth of evidence produced as part of that project theoretically in light of what we are discussing in this conference. I also invite our colleagues from London, Barcelona, and Stockholm to address the issue of transnationality, for which conceptual guidance can be found in articles by Glick, Schiller, and Portes. Cities of the 21st century, more so cities in core countries of the world, but not only but not limited to them, cannot be fully understood if we don't understand the global crime economy, as mentioned before. We need to confront this reality and engage our conceptualization with them. Now, I want to finalize by saying that this has been a high caliber conference in which engaging and scholarly commitment has been very prominent. The sessions on Europe have reflected this highly quality approach to scholarship that has characterized the conference. Thank to our colleagues for their very inspirational essays. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those wonderful comments, Dr. Rodriguez. Now we will move on to the Q&A. I believe this is a question for Professor Heath. The question says, how did the riots in London of 2011 or representations of them by media transmitted to pro-Brexit provinces and counties affect the outcome of the Brexit vote?
Sorry, I'm taking a moment to digest the question. Can you?
Would you like me to repeat it?
Yeah, please.
No worries, absolutely. So how did the riots in London of 2011 or representations of them by media transmitted to whether pro-Brexit provinces and counties affect the outcome of the Brexit vote?
I'm not And they certainly were transmitted. And of course, there were, I think, similar riots elsewhere. I need to go back and look at the detailed ethnography. I think the Brexit vote was very much built on the votes from the deindustrialized areas of the north, so that and those areas to a large extent felt very disconnected from London. So I think it's one possibility to explore is the extent to which these images, but also the images of the Olympic Games, portrayed the otherness of London. Because underlying the Brexit vote was a sort of opposition between the left behind areas and what was seen as the areas of the United Kingdom, particularly London, which had been benefiting from globalization. So maybe the images highlighted this otherness of London. In a sense, you could see Brexit as partly a revolt by the subjects of internal colonialism, which would tie in with some of the comments we've had.
Thank you very much, Professor Heath. And as there seems to not be any more questions or comments, we will now be transitioning into the conversation among panelist members.
Which could include, by the way, the answers of the writers of the essays to the points of the discussants. Okay, thank you.
Well, can I begin perhaps by thanking the discussants for their comments? I'm very sympathetic myself to a multi-scalar conjunctural approach. I need to do my homework and study it properly. The global crime economy is something that concerns me very much, particularly in the London context. The role of London as a rather opaque financial centre, as a source of money laundering or haven for money laundering and so on. I hadn't made the connections really between the global crime economy and the more sort of narrow questions that I was addressing. And I
Look
think
at the Russians. Look at the Russians to begin.
Okay. Exactly, and I'd wondered whether to say something in the presentation about the role of Russian oligarchs' money, but also that there's a very wealthy Arab part of the population, which I sort of left out of my discussion. And it did cross my mind that I should be addressing that, because that is another aspect of London's role, contemporary role in the global economy. But I thought I had used up my time and space, and not having studied it properly, I didn't feel confident to say more about it, as opposed to producing my opinions and prejudices. about these things. So yeah, I found the comments very valuable, but I need to go away, I think, and digest them and see how to integrate them into the essay. But I look forward to reading your work and Nina's work and to incorporating it. Thank you.
Would any other writers like to address any other comments?
Sure, I could go ahead. I think there were plenty of good comments on the paper, and I think it's also you, at the end of receiving all comments, you realize how much you missed out on how much, like Dr. Heath said, you have to kind of read up on and incorporate. But it's also a focus of a paper, which the transnationalism that you discussed there, Margarita, for instance. As Alejandro Portes knows, Professor Portes knows, we have just finished a project here on transnational organizations in Sweden, which ties into the CIOP project that you mentioned, Margarita. So, that was not in the paper for that simple reason that there are 3 papers coming out on transnationalism. The idea of global crime economy, I certainly think that certainly has become relevant in the Swedish media of late, of especially trafficking and prostitution and taking place in the inner city of Stockholm. Again, not being an expert on it and not really familiarizing myself enough with it, and they were left out, but there's certainly avenues there. I do want to challenge you, Margarita, on the financialization of wealth, which I spend quite a bit on in my paper. The fact that financialization of wealth through real estate was not important during the industrial economy in Sweden, but has become a major source of financialization of wealth in the post-industrial society. And that, I think that's because I think that is at the very heart of what's going on in making the inner city of Stockholm, putting up those barriers for entry. That's a way of keeping everybody out, but those who, the early insiders and those with the financial capital to actually make an entrance.
But so, I remember that we discussed that because I sent you the link to Push, the documentary, and you said I am very aware of that. But I didn't see a discussion of a discussion of financialization incorporating the theoretical aspect of it.
Yeah, no, the documentary Push, which somebody else might be also be aware of. Unfortunately, there has been there's a lot of I should say that it brings up a very important phenomena, but the section on Sweden is actually inaccurate when it comes to a lot of data and a lot of portrayals. So there's been reductions by the author. The producer is from Malmo, and because some of those were actually pertaining more to other global cities than what took place in Stockholm. So it portrayed the owners of apartments in Stockholm in not only an unfavorable light, which would be okay, but actually it wasn't all truthful in the sense that Sweden don't dispossess people to the street as in the documentary to such a explicitly. It's done implicitly, and it's done implicitly through financialization of wealth. So that's why I didn't bring that up, but it was nevertheless a great documentary.
Okay.
And I think that's my. There were a lot of comments that I need to digest. So thank you very much for very constructive comments.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to make any additional comments? Oh yes, Professor Glickschiller, I see your hand is raised. Professor Glickschiller, I think you're muted.
I just want to say something about the question of transnationalization in the city, which as Margarita said, I have conceptualized and written about, but and which I didn't use. And the reason why I've replaced it with multiscalar is because I think that networks of disparate kinds of power from personal family networks of the poor to personal family networks of the rich to banking networks to crime networks, all connect to the city. And somehow we have to, and they're intertwined in various ways. And institutional networks, what banks and marketing, as we saw in terms of the supply chain crisis, they're intricately, things are related to each other around the world that we tend not to theorize in urban studies or in migration studies. So by saying cities are migrants and by saying we need a multi-scalar approach, I'm trying to work, urge us all to rethink all these networks and put them in the same analytical frame and see their interconnections and how they change in different, as the world gets transformed in different historical trajectories, and within reconstitution of imperial projects, as Margarita so well said. So I just sort of, encourage people. I think these issues actually run through all the papers, and take the place of some concrete things like concrete and buildings and rebuilding and very, and media and things that we can't put our finger on, like a building, but are connected to different forms of power. So I just wanted to say that, and not make the migrants transnational connection something different, something that has to be seen as something that has to do with poor migrants or only the remittance economy, because the remittance economy is part of financial flows at this point and financial instruments.
Yes, that's why I was mentioning the importance of class analysis.
Yes.
Because sometimes we identify poor countries with poor people, and we have very wealthy people in poor countries.
Exactly.
You see? That's
Exactly.
important. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Do we have any more questions or comments from anyone? Okay, now we will be moving on to Dr. Portes. Alejandro Portes is Howard Harrison and Gabriel Snyder Beck Professor of Sociology, Emeritus at Princeton University, and Professor of Law and Distinguished Scholar of Arts and Sciences at the University of Miami. Dr. Portes has received numerary honorary doctorates and awards, including the Princess of Asturias Prize in the Social Sciences from the Kingdom of Spain in 2019. He has published more than 250 articles and books and book chapters on several sociological topics. Widely renowned for his contribution on migration issues, he is also known for his works on the sociology of development and urban studies. He has co-authored several books, some of which has several editions, among them City on the Edge, The Transformation of Miami, which was the winner of the Robert Park Award for Best Book in Urban Sociology and the Anthony Leeds Award for Best Book in Urban Anthropology in 1995. Immigrant America, A Portrait, which was designated as the centennial publication by the University of California Press in 1996. His most recent publications include The Global Edge, Miami in the 21st Century. Dr. Portes, the floor is yours.
Before the formal remarks, I just wanted to share with you the following. In today's edition of the Miami Herald, there is a first page article about a house that is in the water. That is, it is a house that it is not a yacht. It's an actual house that is sitting in pilings on the Bay of Biscayne. It's a multi-million dollar investment and an example of these attempts to conceal wealth and so on. And the topic of the article is very interesting. You can see the house, it doesn't look like a yacht, it looks like a house, but it's in the bay. And the debate in the city today is between the city taxing authorities that want to tax the property as a house, and the owners that want to argue that it is a yacht, and therefore that it cannot be taxed according to Florida law. So the tax authority of Miami hit the owners for estimating the value of that property for over 5 million, and they promptly hired a high-power law firm in Miami, in New York, to argue the opposite. So all of this will end up in the courts. But so it was a very interesting study of what happens with an emerging global city like Miami, where you're having the colonization of water right now in addition to the skyline. Well, as we come to the end of this virtual conference, I wanted to make 5 brief observations. I won't take much time doing this in order to wrap this up. First, I would like to say that this virtual event, in my view, accomplished the goals that we set out of bringing together scholarship on migration and urbanization, and of yielding what are already publishable, groundbreaking essays on major cities around the world. We as organizers could not ask for more. We could not be more rewarded than what that essays and commentators have done in the course of these 3 days. Second, Margarita and I are committed to seek publication of these essays and a summary of the commentaries in a special issue of a major journal. We have already established a contact with editors of, among others, ethnic and racial studies, precisely for that purpose. Third, in our analysis, in drafting the summary introduction of what should be the introduction to this volume, hopefully to appear next year, I think that at least I will focus on 2 major questions, general questions. First, what successive migrant waves have done to the cities in which they settle, and conversely, what these cities, its governing elites and population have done to migrants and their cultural, social, and political evolution. For it is true that there was a resident population and a resident authority structure to each of these cities where migrants arrived. They were not empty shells awaiting the migrants to come. There was a settled a social and political structure there to which migrants came, and which they affected in the 5 ways that I listed, and perhaps others, in the first day of the conference. And in turn, that is the established social and political structure of the city did have affected the way that these migrant communities evolve over time, what shape they took, how their culture changed, and so on and so forth, which is a topic of the more conventional immigrant adaptation and immigrant assimilation perspective. A second question is, in what ways, and we'll have to really think hard about this, in what ways are the 9 cities that were selected pretty arbitrarily, but I think justifiably as a strategic points for this conference, in what ways are the 9 cities similar, and in what way they are different, first in their reception of successive migrant waves and their interaction with migrants, both historically and certainly at present. This is not the only cities that we could have examined. We could go all over the world, but they are useful entry point and a way, and comparing them one to the other and seeing the similarities and difference, I think would be a useful and major and distinct intellectual product. Fourth, the virtual system that we have used for this conference, I think that achieved its purpose, making possible interactions among us, among authors, commentators, and featuring an audience that had been silent, except asking a few questions, but at peak times, number over 100 people listening to these proceedings. However, nothing replaces personal interaction. That's what we are missing here. And thus, we will be exploring ways of trying to bring together this group of 21 essayists and commentators that have been brought together in this event for a second in-person meeting here. Hopefully at the time of publication of the volume that we are trying to do. I think that with the with a bit of luck, it would be very nice to have these kinds of conversation in a future event in person rather than through this. Much more expensive, but I think that it would be worthwhile to extend the discussion there. And lastly, fifth, I'd like to perhaps share with you that this conference represents the culmination of the University of Miami's initiative on immigration, launched by its president, Julio Frank, in November of 2019, and that hopefully it seeks to establish this institution as a visible center for scholarship on the topics of immigration and urbanization. Coming to this end and allowing this conference to take place have been made possible by the steady cooperation and support of a number of players, beginning with the president of the university, who is going to deliver some remarks next to these ones. Its provost, Jeffrey Dirk, the dean of the School of Arts and Sciences, Leonidas Bacchus, and most especially the director of the Institute for Advanced Studies of the Americas, where this immigration initiative is housed, Felicia Knoll, about that you heard in the initial day of the conference. Last but not least, I would like to warmly thank my colleagues here at the University of Miami to participate in this event, Carrie Penabad and Adit Cure with their paper on Miami, Becky Charles and Alexis Piquero for summary statements on Thursday and Friday. They have participated generously and effectively, in order to make this event a success. Farewell to all, and hopefully, if everything goes well, we will meet again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Portes. Now up next, we have President Julio Frank. However, due to pressing matters that he had to tend to, he will not be able to come in person. So we will watch his presentation through a pre-recording video. Dr. Frank is a fourth-generation physician whose paternal grandparents fled Germany in the early 1930s to build a new life in Mexico. He catalyzes his deep gratitude for the kindness of strangers into a lifelong mission to improve the health, education, and well-being of people around the world. His scholarly career and intellectual production include 187 papers published in academic journals and 166 articles in cultural magazines and newspapers, as well as many books and book chapters. Since 2015, Dr. Julio Frank has served as president of the University of Miami. He also holds academic appointments as professor of public health sciences at the Leonard M. Miller School of Medicine, among others. Prior to joining the University of Miami, he served as dean of the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health and the T&G Angelopoulos Professor of Public Health and International Development, a joint appointment with the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. Dr. Frank served as the Minister of Health of Mexico from 2000 to 2006. Under his leadership, the nation's health system was reformed, and he introduced a program of comprehensive universal coverage called Seguro Popular, which expanded across access to healthcare for more than 55 million previously uninsured persons. Now we proceed to watch his message.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having participated in the conference on migration and urbanization in 3 continents, sponsored by the University of Miami's Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas. This conference forms an integral part of the Immigration Initiative launched at the University of Miami in November of 2019 and seeks to integrate research and scholarship in the fields of urban and migration studies, both with rich intellectual traditions that have not been brought together systematically in the past. As the University of Miami approaches its centennial in 2025, we are guided by a strategic plan, the Roadmap to a New Century. The roadmap proposes a detailed set of actions that will enable the university to achieve its greatest aspirations so that we can mobilize the power of scholarship to better understand and address the most important challenges of our times. One of our priorities is to support teams of scholars from multiple disciplines in collaborative, problem-based inquiry to address the complex challenges of society. Our aim is to use interdisciplinary insights from the natural sciences, the social sciences, and the humanities to allow us to better understand major global problems and then translate integrated and interdisciplinary research into actionable solutions. When I first arrived at the university, I engaged in a listening exercise, and two topics quickly emerged for this type of integrated approach: migration and climate change. These were salient topics for the university to focus on because of our distinct geographic location. Miami is ground zero for climate change, and as a cosmopolitan city, it is also a major venue for migration. In the case of this latter topic, we are proud to have among our distinguished faculty one of the most authoritative scholars on this complex issue of migration, Alejandro Portes. Conferences such as this provide the opportunity for scholars to come together to establish ties that can endure and further develop in future activities. In fact, organizers of this event will soon edit conference proceedings for publication in a major journal. This publication, under the sponsorship and imprimatur of the University of Miami Institute for Advanced Studies of the Americas, will be a major tangible product of the Immigration Initiative. I am encouraged by the insights shared over the past few days and look forward to the continued collaborative efforts of this collective on migration and urbanization. Thank you.
Thank you, President Frank. And with that, we move to give closure to the conference. Once again, on behalf of me and all of my fellow moderators, we'd like to convey our appreciation for this great opportunity and learning experience. And we would also like to thank all the participants for their valuable contributions and to the attendees for their interest. Thank you, everyone, for making this such an amazing conference.